Welcome to the NACE Star League studio. You're joining us this week for our LCQs for the NACE Varsity Premier League. Today, we go to Overwatch. We got 4 matches, 3 in Varsity Premier LCQ, 1 in Varsity Open regular season. So a nice variety of matches that we have for you ready to go. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Artemis Rain. And Artie, just in time for LCQ, I'm told a certain hacker is back.
Yes, Sombra is back in play after she received a kit change at the beginning of this season. And now, as opposed to what she used to be, which was, you place your translocator, you go in, get a hack, get some damage, jump out. Now, your translocator is used more as a movement ability. You are automatically put into stealth 2 seconds after being out of combat, and you have a new ability known as Virus, which when you combo Virus with hacking someone, it does a significant amount of damage over time, and then of course you have EMP and the ability to top Virus on top of that as well.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup that we have. Which teams might pull out that newly reworked Sombra? We're going to be starting off with the match Shenandoah versus Kentucky. Then we'll move on to Oakland University going up against Ferris State.
And then we'll have Kennesaw taking on George Mason, followed up by British Columbia taking on San Jose State.
That last one, British Columbia, San Jose State, is the Varsity Open, but all of the others are Varsity Premier LCQs. Now, it's very much similar if you joined us yesterday in Valorant LCQs. Similar rules in that you want to win so that you have a chance to go on to playoffs. But for the Overwatch, there's slightly different rules. If you lose, there's sort of a last chance qualifiers, or round 2 of the LCQs that all the losers today will go to. So you could still see some teams come back for an ultimate underdog story. Let's take a look at the first 2 teams on deck, Shenandoah and Kentucky. We've got Vitali, Voidex, Ben, Enders, and King Kong Poppy.
And for the side of, you just did Kentucky, right?
No, Shenandoah.
Okay, apologies. For Kentucky, we have Mad Jax, Butters, Despacito, Clario, and Andy.
And also, just like yesterday, the top 3 teams are considered for playoffs. Top team automatically gets a ticket in their division. 2 and 3, places 2 and 3 go to the LCQ for a chance to get the second ticket in their division to playoffs. And all of the matches today have a second place team and the third place team, the one that could steal it, if you will. Because if you're the second place team, you're thinking, okay, top 2 players, I mean, we're the top 2 teams. We should deserve to go there. But the third place team could say, we beat you in the LCQs.
But then there's the second chance,
that is true.
Chance. Okay. Brain doesn't work all the time.
It's fine, it's fine. I've been there before. But Shenandoah is the second place team. Kentucky is the third place team. So they could be the spoilers overall.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It is still going to be a first to 3 / best of 5 when it comes to our last chance qualifiers here this week. And we can actually have the opportunity to take a quick peek at what could theoretically be our first map. Of course, it is going to be starting out on Control. If you had any guesses just based off what we've seen in the past, and before you look at the screen behind me, what do you think the Control map is going to be?
I'm sorry, it already caught my mind. I just had to move over there. Honestly, what I was thinking is if this is true, you're going to be very happy.
Yes, I love Busan. I have voiced before that I feel like Busan allows for a little bit more dynamic gameplay, just a little more opportunities to play counterplay, considering if you start out with mecha base, it can be a brawl-heavy composition. You can also play for spam. And then when you transition into downtown, it's opportunities for dive, spam. Snipers can have a little bit more freedom on that map, as well as Sanctuary, same thing. But there's just so much variability between the 3 different sub-maps that allows for more creativity from teams.
Well, we're ready to get going. Shenandoah versus Kentucky. It is the Hornets versus the Wildcats in our first last chance qualifier game of the day. Let's head on down to the play field. You can see an overview of the general kind of mega map where all the 3 individual ones stand. Here we go. Shenandoah versus Kentucky. Nace Star League down to Busan. Now we get a chance to take a look a little bit more closely at each individual stage that can be brought to the mix. We'll start out with downtown. And this more has a lot of high ground, can enable some sort of sniping play, sometimes more likely to see something like a Widow be brought out here.
Yes, yeah, the Widowmaker duels sometimes do occur. People will stand up over near the billboards, which is kind of where this first corner is here, just past this cow that has since been nerfed. Rest in peace, the old cow from a few seasons back. And we also will, shortly, we will take a look at the actual objective itself with the train terminal, train schedule in the middle that I can't read for the life of me. I can look at the time. That is about it. And I actually do believe we may be starting on downtown.
The music is swelling up, so I am to believe that that is indeed the case. Shenandoah versus Kentucky. We'll get off to a good start. Remember, Kentucky, in terms of win-loss record, could be considered the underdogs in this match.
I love seeing the Bastion Reinhardt combo. They have Mei on both sides as well, as opposed to the Symmetra that we see from some teams. Again, the main walls don't find much value. Bastion still has the opportunity to go into turret formation. And Clario, the Bastion for Kentucky, is going to be the first one eliminated. Immortality is going to get forced for Shenandoah, but they are still up 1. There is Wall from Shenandoah as well, trying to back people into the corner as Ben tries to run away. We see Andy get eliminated by Voidex, and King Poppy will find Mad Jax.
Meanwhile, while the fight is taking place in the alleyways, one person from the Hornets has gone over to claim the point, so they'll start getting score ticking up in their favor. Incon sitting on this window to start up the next fight. A wall goes off to close in Kentucky, and Voidex just tears right into them, picking up a double. Ben also doing a bit of cleanup work. Voidex is going to walk away from that team kill with a triple.
We are just now hitting that 20 percentile mark, so 1 fight worth of percent has been gained. And it looks as though Shenandoah is looking for an opportunity to catch out Kentucky in rotation. No one scouted the fact that they're going to be going towards Mega Pack. Window is going to be used. Wall in response. The wall is too far behind. They cannot engage on that window. Voidex is coming up on the Bastion ultimate as well. Then with the Shatter for Shenandoah, they're going to reclaim the space. Window goes down. Bastion goes into turret formation, forcing everyone back. Also takes a quick look back towards main to make sure no one's off angling. And now Kentucky is looking to egress into main. They wall off Reinhardt. Ryan goes for the Shatter. Ben, unfortunately, it's a whiff. We were forced Immortality out. Both Immorts have been used, and there's artillery strike coming in from Voidex.
Tally getting low on health. The Shatter comes out from Kentucky, and now an artillery from Kentucky in response. Mad Jack with a double is allowing the Wildcats to move on toward the point to take it away from Shenandoah. But Vitali is still alive, not for much longer. King Kong, Poppy, and Enders doing their work as supports to make sure that they can get as much time as possible for Shenandoah. Or maybe even take the point back themselves. Shenandoah still has it going past 80.
Super supports definitely deserve MVP medals for the first round. While we have Enders hitting the beat, and Mad Jax in response will also use Sound Barrier. We have fight engage in main just underneath stage. Voidex will be the first to eliminate his window on top of staircase above point. No one goes down after a window. It's more of a zoning ultimate at this point. Shenandoah, having lost Voidex, he got a coin and ult response. Andy charges in, attempts to go into the back line, turns back around and looking at Ben. Ben gets walled off by their own May and unfortunately gets eliminated by Clario. May is forcing a cryo freeze. So point is finally going to go to Kentucky at the 99% mark with a perfectly timed charge onto May.
Points heads over to Kentucky. They got to hold it from here on out. The good news for Kentucky is that they are going to have the only ultimate for this team fight, the Blizzard from May. So that one can stick well, and they can get multiple from Shenandoah. In fact, you already see Aspect is just hiding behind, waiting for Shenandoah to go through the choke and then spring that nasty surprise on them.
Ooh, yeah, you don't find me saying it often, but check your angles in Overwatch is still very important. The Mad Dex is actually going to go down for Kentucky despite having them using ult first, but Vitaly, Voidex also eliminated. Ben and King will find 2 apiece themselves. Baptiste gets extremely low for Kentucky. It is just Reinhardt, Baptiste, and Lucio on point. Andy, 19 health, gets eliminated with Lucio and Ben playing cleanup crew. Lucio gets booped off point. We are at the 99% mark. Mad Jax is eliminated on the downwards drop, and that is map 1 going to Shenandoah.
Oftentimes, even if there were only 2 or 3 people left, it was enough for Shenandoah to maintain control of the point, and this started out so well for Kentucky. But ironically, I suppose the May wall that went up, it kind of protected the rest of the team, and the Brine just kind of walked out of the Blizzard, so was still alive and able to start wreaking havoc on the backline by taking out Clario.
Transitioning into Mecha base, both teams can still run the exact same compositions that make
I was thinking if they're happy with that comp in downtown, they're going to be super happy here.
You do see the JQ shout and swap for one team's Reinhardt. Actually, Shenandoah, who decided to use that strategy, gives you a little bit of extra speed. First wall is going to be used by Vitaly. Reinhardt gets low. Bastion comes forward in artillery form. Clario goes down to Voidex after getting past their own team's Reinhardt. That's the dangerousness of getting too overzealous when you're a Bastion.
A charge in! He's only going to be stopped by the team's own May wall. In a way, it does keep him with his team instead of going too far in. So I'm going to say that that was like a next level life grip sort of play, except it was May.
Yeah, Vitaly was like, hey, yo, don't get too overly, don't go in the back line too far or Sports can't see you. And Ryan didn't want to listen, so Ryan got walled off. Voidex, unfortunately, will be eliminated for Shenandoah. We have window in response to get dangerously low. The May and Lucio. Reinhardt does not make contact on charge. May in cryo freeze. Ryan gets eliminated, and finally, Vitaly trying to find some value through window. Does find supports do find Aspect. Another wall goes up, but it walled Bastion up. That is a scary situation for any DPS to be in. They thankfully immediately broke the wall. Point is still for Shenandoah right now. No one has capped it because this fight does not have a clear winner just yet. They don't want to risk losing a support. Finally, we have someone drop down to try and save their own skin. As their Reinhardt gets eliminated, they do flip the point.
Now the Bastion just rains bullets down from above. Picks up everyone from Kentucky. They're all in respawn. Aspect and Andy waiting for the rest of the team. Now they're going to get another chance to head in, but Shenandoah has a slight ult advantage. The good news for Kentucky is that their beat is just coming online, so that is their get-out-of-jail-free ticket if they time it right.
We need to buy a little bit of time here. Clario almost has ultimate. We have May wall used, May cryo freeze, Blizzard's used, window is used, Butters gets low, but will survive because beat will be committed by Mad Jack. Andy gets eliminated, unfortunately, because beat when people are already in Blizzard is extremely difficult to brawl comp to help sustain through, because no one's going to be able to use your window. Everyone's frozen that's around it.
Passing 70% for Shenandoah. Looking like it could be a very quick control round. Just one last chance for Kentucky. We're going to start out with the artillery. Bringing that out, but the Immortality Field is placed down. Ben brings out a Shatter, and he does his in response. And Voidex gets a double, make that a triple. I think that just might be it for this match. Kentucky doesn't have enough time to respond. That'll be Shenandoah taking the first round, unless this Lucio can maybe sneak onto the point and do some wonders, but nope, that's gonna be it. And we'll see who gets the first nod of play of the game.
I think it's going to be a Bastion on the Reinhardt. It's going to be Voidex on the Bastion.
I mean, when you're in narrow hallways like this, an artillery strike can just be your ticket to wiping everyone off the face of the earth. And now, the one thing I want to point out for Shenandoah is kind of more than any other team, they really took space. We hardly saw any fights on the actual points.
Fighting on the point is not really the win condition anymore. It's claim the point, get off of it, force the enemy closer and closer to their spawn, play for a kill zone or a kill box, and make sure that if someone is going to come through that zone, that you are making them pay for it. No space is given up for free is definitely a mentality many players need to have. If you are backing off just because the enemy is using cooldowns and you have not used cooldowns in response, that is fine. But if you're just backing off because the enemy is doing damage on you and your team is either A, using cooldowns, or B, doesn't use anything, then that is where a problem starts to happen.
You don't want to start backing away just because you're worried about getting hit
Exactly.
in an FPS game.
You're always going to take damage. You need to accept that.
So we move on into hybrid, and we can normally just kind of assume what this stage is going to be. Normally, not too much deliberation, although it is what you could say is the underdog team choosing it. Kentucky will have their choice, so maybe they have tried something. Maybe they can pull something out that might be a little unexpected, but it's most likely, based on this season, either going to be Kings Row or Eichenwald.
Based off what they want to run, I think, especially with like having May, or you can run the Symmetra. May especially, though, I'm going to see Kings because May allows you to rotate to high grounds, can block off high ground rotations. I anticipate a Kings Row pick. I'm totally fine with being completely wrong, though. Surprise me, if you want to.
Just have to wait a little longer, but Shenandoah is definitely playing like a team that is in the second place position. You know, they're like, no, we're the true second in our division. We earned this. We're not going to let some LCQ upset take away what is rightfully ours, a ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah, you have to have that mentality, but if you're the third place team, you have to be like, well, show us that you deserve this spot, otherwise we're going to take it from you, and that ticket is going to be ours. I will steal your Willy Wonka candy bar in that essence, and it does.
Oh, well then. We are going to be heading. All of a sudden, Artie's hands are on their hips because I'm sure there are many questions now to be asked.
I'm just having flashbacks. I trust these teams, but I mean, my own family I don't trust on this map, so surprise me. Make me pleasantly surprised, because I want to see this payload pushed in an effective manner, not because there is a tank sitting on it doing nothing.
We do see Lucio for that job, or just some sort of other support. Certainly been a lot of unconventional plays and strategies that have waited for us here. So ultimately, it also seems like we can see a lot of teams just run into a brick wall at the initial choke.
Well, let's hope that that brick wall is demolished or non-existent for these teams, because I would like to make it into into Lucio's club.
A lot better of an atmosphere there. Of course, since we are on this stage, I have to think that maybe a Torb is in the cards too. Sometimes you just stick a turret on the back route, and that's good enough for the time being.
On defense, for this map, you can run Sigma with a Torbjorn, a Soldier 76, or an Ashe, or a Hanzo with a Mercy and a Baptiste, or a Zen and a Baptiste. Quite the deadly combo. We can see rolling off from Shenandoah. We're going to have the Sigma, Hanzo, Sojourn, Bap, Lightweaver, and then for Kentucky, Kentucky who's attacking, we have the Sigma, Ashe, Genji, Iati, Baptiste, and their Iati unfortunately gets eliminated quite fast by Vitali with a headshot.
Shenandoah off to a good start with their defense. Long-range DPSs that they can just push so much damage onto Kentucky. Almost a minute has passed off Kentucky's time bank, and with Butters now gone, that's another wait until he respawns so they can move through.
King is furthest along with ultimate. Typically it is the Baptiste, so it should be no surprise to anybody. Flammio's doing some damage without getting attention from Ben. Finally, Ben tries to do something to get rid of Clario uses the rock, misses it. Immortality is forced, and Life Grip and Life Weaver also used. This is an opportunity for the Start Cage to lane. Gaining space. Be careful though, Clario. You're dropping below 50 health and only at 40 health. Thankfully, we do see some heals start to come on. And you dash into the backline. We see Deflect, almost an elimination onto the Sojourn. Ben does get eliminated by Angie and Shenandoah, and they're forced to use Amplification Matrix in the corner to try and zone off the attackers while their tanks are back.
The tank gone for Shenandoah. This could be the chance, but Kentucky is going to wait this out. That's going to give enough time for Shenandoah to regroup as a team. Just sitting on this tree of life for Shenandoah, but now they're going to have Overclock, soon Gravitics and Dragons as well. There's a lot for Kentucky also. Their Blade and Bob just online, and Shenandoah already starts things off with a double, taking Kentucky down to 3. Life Grip in for Void X, going to push Kentucky back toward their spawn.
What's interesting for Shenandoah is we have Enders locking in on this Life Weaver. It has Tree of Life, so this is basically beat 2.0 because it's going to be the mega ult counter to Gravitic Flux if we don't have Immortality. We do see Immortality going to get used in response. There's Blade, and there goes in the ult counter. Tree of Life in the doorway. Clario gets deleted by Ben.
Creates a nice little indoor greenhouse for Shenandoah, allowing them to stay strong as a team and pick off Kentucky yet again. Aspect also burns the Bob at the very end of the fight. Unfortunate timing. That's going to send all the way back to 0 for that ult charge.
Everyone hits the panic ult from time to time. It occurs. We do see Andy is forced to use hands to try and stay alive. Genji almost eliminates Void X. Clario getting very close, but unfortunately can't find it. Magjax comes in to use Captive Stun. Dragons in response to try and zone out the attackers. Window also is going to get used. Butters gets eliminated by Void X. Void X also did, I think, take down Immortality. There is the response amplification matrix King, and now Hanzo's going to backtrack, try to use it. Everyone else has to zone and back off, try to LOS this window, and prevent anyone from getting past this bridgeway for the time being as it goes down. Finally, Banders again, coming up on Tree of Life. He's going to be able to respond to Annie's Gravitic Block.
Last chance for Kentucky to take this point. Half a minute left, but Gravitic almost there for Andy. He is so far back, and Shenandoah is just making so much space for themselves. Rock hit onto Ben, knocks him off the high ground, goes for the Gravitic, is able to catch 2. The Immortality field is going to drop down in response, and Tree of Life once again to just counter everything Kentucky is throwing at the Hornets. They are getting a few picks. Vitali is down, so Kentucky is up 5-4, and they'll start capturing the point.
Attempted rock onto Andy to stop the hand. Of course, it doesn't work out. Lifts will be used. Andy dangerously low, 80 health, heals up, back to 200. Rock onto Andy again is missed, and Andy will find the elimination onto Ben with help from Aspect. Vitali has swapped over to Somb. Oh, I think Vitali actually decided it's not worth it. It's a touch and decided to jump off the map instead.
Stop the payload.
Wall goes down, payload ready to be pushed, but only the bare minimum 2.5 minutes for the Wildcats. One person on point pushing the payload, and I am very heartened to know that it isn't the tank, so Kentucky at least has that going for them.
Yeah, their front line is actually
Unlike some
line.
other teams.
Yeah, I hope their ears are burning.
Void X starts things off with a pick onto Andy, and with the tank gone, Shenandoah puts even more pressure onto Kentucky. Their Ashe, almost not able to get away, has to be bailed out by the Immortality field.
We have another Bob coming towards Kentucky. They also have Blade. They have Captive Sun. They have Window. They had a massive ult advantage at the start of the last fight, but of course, it's very important when you have this advantage to press it early and utilize it. So the longer they take to gain the space back and use these ults, the closer Shenandoah is to equalizing, because Shenandoah basically has another Tree of Life. They're going to have Dragons. They will have Overclock. These ults need to be popped quickly, but Clario gets dangerously low, as does Aspect. Both need to get healed up by their supports, so instead of hitting any Q buttons, we are just playing tug of war for control on the top of apartments.
This is interesting. I've never seen 5 ultimates held for this long. And their Ashe almost gets taken out down to 45 health. And they got a minute left to use them. One who ults first is probably going to be the one to help win this fight. It will be the Gravitic brought out, and Void X goes down to the Dynamite. Vitali burns the Dragons in response to get a pick onto Mad Jack. Andy also falls. Kentucky doesn't have their tank. They spent one ultimate. Now they've got half the time as when they started out this fight. Only 30 seconds left.
I can almost promise you that when they first started to egress onto the high ground towards Green Building, Kentucky used the ults they originally had at that point in time, they would have them again. This is why it's really important not to hold your ults for too long.
Well, with only 15 seconds, a lot of Qs are pressed all at once. Kentucky burns everything except the window. The eliminations in favor of Kentucky just by one. Shenandoah has 2 left. Ben still trying to hold the point down. Captive Sun for Mad Jack gets a double. Shenandoah now being pushed back on the payload. How long will Ben survive, though? Can he regroup with his team that's coming off the respawns? No, he can't. That's a pretty healthy stagger placed onto the Hornets.
Possibly we see the Hornets give up right now on just trying to contest this objective. I mean, there's only so much you can do without your tank. Void X is also still responding. Ollie very close to the front door. Possibly there was a debate of whether or not to throw themselves on the objective, but with that we have 90 seconds on the clock for Kentucky to push this the rest of the way. They will be coming up on Gravitic Flux as well as another window for Butter. Void X has overclocked, and that's going to be it for Shenandoah. See how quickly it's going to be pushed. The grass has already been used by Andy. That can't be an opportunity to start going, and Genji's forced to use deep. Like, they put window in the middle of Shenandoah. So it's going to prevent some people from pushing forward, but the Sigma's still undeterred, staying in front of it.
Andy currently in a Sigma duel with Ben. Both of them staying on the high ground and just pushing all of their abilities onto each other. Andy heads back to where he can regroup with his team. Void X picks off Mad Jack. Clario's next. Tree of Life spent for Shenandoah. They move past the choke point, back out into the daylight, making a whole lot of space for themselves and using the flower that Enders provides to get a bit of high ground on top of that.
Mario's walk up with the Widowmaker gets eliminated by Ben just outside of spawn. We've got Gravitic Flux being instigated by Andy. Not sure if it actually hits anybody up. Doesn't look like it did. Ben also has Gravitic. King has Window. We also have Overclock. There's a Captive Sun that can be used from Kentucky, which we saw got a lot of value previously. They've got 10 seconds to get in and make contact with the point. Looks like Andy is trying to do just that for their team. Enders gets eliminated. Here comes in Captive Sun. Vitali is gone. Ben is gone. Finally, looks like Kentucky's going to be able to start making progress inside of Lucio's Dance Club.
I swear if Kentucky just doesn't wait until every single last second for each of the objectives, they have a chance at picking that. Also interesting is that we got a swap onto the Widow from Clario a team fight ago. It's halfway toward the infrared site, going to try to take some high ground to get an early pick against the Hornets. Misses the first shot, but we'll see can't be a little bit more value in the future.
Still have 115 of payload in that. Currently, Mad Jack.
Oh no, there's no one!
Andy gets deleted. Fortunately, no one else can touch. Aspect unfortunately got Bob just a few seconds too late. Kentucky almost made it all the way to the final parking spot, but was stopped just a little short by the toll booth.
Well, we still get to go into Lucio's club at the end of the day, just not all the way to the end. Now Shenandoah is going to have their chance to push forward, and it won't be too complicated. You don't have to have too good of a memory to know if they're ahead of the pace of Kentucky or not. If they have time left on the clock at any point when they capture an objective, they're ahead of Kentucky.
Well, let's see if they end up capturing the first objective with no time left or just a little bit. Even if it's 10 seconds, I will give credit where it's due, not having to make us sit here and bite our nails and hope that things continue to progress forward. Because as I mentioned at the start of this map, I wanted to get into Lucio's club and things were looking too close for comfort for that to come to fruition.
I'm just happy that we're on a trolley stage. You know me and my tastes, and whenever I see one of the trolleys in Overwatch, I'm happy. And now we head into Shenandoah's push. Sigma still being kept for Kentucky. Wildcats would love a win here to basically reset the whole series, tie it up one apiece, guarantee that we would see push. In terms of Shenandoah, they're also sticking on their Sig. Probably not going to be too many tank swaps
Defend
for
objective
the
A.
remainder of this match, and off we go.
Almost identical toss with the variation from Kentucky's original attacking comp. Clario is deciding to go with the Hanzo over the Genji.
Vitaly made some eye contact with Esposito, trying to pick him off, take out the high ground. He already spends his storm arrows, however, trying to get this Ashe, who just walks away. But this is more space that Shenandoah has pushed for themselves. I mean, they're already past the first choke, and now they have two options on where they want to go to get to the point.
Butters can be eliminated by Voidex. Ben is rocks off the high ground to just give DPS a little bit of extra space by shielding off the damage. Kentucky on the opposite high ground. Enders does get eliminated. Vitaly pushes into the front line. Spearhead gets two, finds one, trying to pick up the Yachty as well. It's dangerously low. Also, Yachty has most likely will be able to put a pylon up and it's going to be safe. Oh.
Vitaly spent so much time hunting the Ashe, finally just had to corner her into a hallway and say, "You're not getting away this time." Finally found who he was looking for. Shenandoah now way ahead of the pace, over 5 minutes to push this payload to the first checkpoint. In terms of the ultimates, Shenandoah starting to get close to the Tree of Life and Window, whereas Kentucky, Gravitic, and Captive Sun and Window are the closest for them.
It's going to be King, the first one to have the check mark next to their name with the amplification matrix online. Ben is trying to push into apartment, looking to eliminate this Ashe, or at least push them out of the zone, forces Coach Gun. Andy is still inside the other apartment, is taking on a 2v1 duel, forced to back off. King gets eliminated, did use amplification matrix. We hear Tree Life get tossed. It is inside of the apartment complex, so Ben is going to have to back off in order to get healing from that tree.
Dragons also spent lift used for Ben. Gonna take about half of Andy's health away. Mad Jack eliminates Voidex, putting a dent in Shenandoah's attack plans. They're still just gonna soft reset. Oh, but Vitaly gets staggered out. That's a great pick for the Wildcats.
There's still almost 4 whole minutes on the clock for Shenandoah to push to the second objective. They're coming up on the lift. Well, Kentucky has lift, we'll have Bob, Captain Sun, and another Window. Only things for Shenandoah is going to be these two DPS ults. And I do wonder, possibly during that life grip, did it maybe mess up Ben on their
Yeah, it did. It pulled him into the Dragons, actually.
Ooh, that is tragic.
Window placed down in the actual window, so it's quite literally a window this time. And a Gravitic also going to take out Vitaly. Kentucky uses their ultimates to great effect, tearing through everyone but Voidex, who's trying to stick around while his team respawns. Maybe pick up a elimination here or there, but no, it's going to be a full team reset.
Captain Sun and Bob for Kentucky in this next fight, whereas once again, just DPS ults online for Shenandoah. Captain Sun plus a Bob charging through an entire team. Oh no, Voidex are one that the one that lived, unfortunately, is the first to get eliminated. Clario. Oh my god.
I swear, the Hanzo Ashe rivalry is strong right now.
That was personal.
Shenandoah now fully respawned. You gotta hand it to Kentucky. They've burned off 2.5 minutes from Shenandoah's time bank.
You're doing a fabulous job controlling these high grounds.
And maybe this is why they chose this stage. If they realize, hey, once we get to this part, we're so good at fighting from the high ground, from these rooftops, we can keep Shenandoah at bay. And the Dragons is gonna get rid of King Kong. Voidex out to the choke again. Payload not being pushed forward. Dragons spent.
The casting zone was just past where the DPS were standing, unfortunately, for Vitaly. Needs to back up a little bit more, and that is going to try and help their Sigma, battle Sigma. Mad Jack for Kentucky is eliminated. Also, keep in mind, Enders has swapped Lucio and is now almost 90% to Sound Barrier. We also have Overclock and other lift coming online, as well as Window and Gravitic Flux online for Kentucky very soon as well. Interested to see who pops up first. Hopefully, we're going to see King do a wide swing with this window to lock down an entire area. And it's going to be coming in from the green apartment. Mario will get deleted. Butters shortly thereafter. and they still have 90 seconds. They commit the beat. Mad Jack Butters both fall. Then Andy and Aspect. I don't think there's anyone left to be able to touch this payload.
Turnabout is fair play, and Shenandoah, once they were in a position to use the high ground, they plopped that window down and used every ounce of it that they could. Still ahead of the pace of Kentucky, though, with a little less time to make it to that than they had last time. Not 5 minutes this time, about 2:45 when they started. And they're going to swap over to the May for this final push through the club.
Kentucky did only have 90 seconds to push this payload entirely, and what we're not seeing Kentucky emulate from Shenandoah earlier was really a full-blown onslaught onto the objective and payload, pushing them back outside of the nightclub and forcing a fight outdoors closer to the spawn. Instead, they're playing their high ground, playing patiently, looking for mistakes. May's already out of cryo freeze. That could have been possibly a one-shot, one-kill for Cario. Unfortunately, does not find the opportunity to land the arrow. Tries to also take down Voidex again, does not make contact. Spamming down just towards everyone trying to rotate, take over the high ground. There's Window, there's Wall in response, and Immortality. Is Aspect going to use Bob? Is everyone lined up? But the disruption field is going, and with a little help from Vitali, May Icicles do a lot of damage now.
Captive Sun spent by Mad Jack gets rid of Voidex. King Khan also down for Shenandoah, followed by Vitali. Now it's just Ben all alone trying to move back toward the payload. This is going to be great for Kentucky. A good stagger placed onto Shenandoah. And they are now down to less than 90 seconds. What Kentucky had to push through the club.
Bomb, Window, Dragons, ready to go for Kentucky by the time the next fight starts. Enders almost has if they buy enough time, Shenandoah can survive some of these ultimates, especially if there's a Dragon Lift combo. They also have Window. May, Vitali. If during the poke phase it's enough, we could see a May Blizzard completely destroy the high ground control that's happening. As we have Flip and Bob, Vitali, deleted, King is gone, Ben also in spawn. However, that was done so quickly. There's still 40 seconds left. That is enough time to push forward.
Nice.
There's no ult except for Butters for Kentucky now.
It is all on either Clario or Despacito to maybe pick out King Khan or Enders before they can use their ultimates for this fight. Even Vitali, Shenandoah has everything to use for this next fight. They're going to start out with the Gravitics, get a bunch of Kentucky. That's going to force the Immortality field out. Window also burned for Shenandoah, but it's Kentucky and Clario with a double, standing strong and keeping the Hornets at bay.
Will Enders be able to get in time for a touch? They have 5 seconds. They get deleted by Andy. Window used in main. Ben falls. There is no way anyone from Shenandoah is going to make contact, and that's going to force us into guarantee us to see. What is it?
Push.
We're going to push for sure. I don't know about escort, but we're guaranteed to see a push.
And a chance for another trolley. I'm psyched. But right now, the person who's most psyched is Clario on Hanzo. And this was, I mean, we are all thinking around this time, they have so many ultimates. How are they going to stand tall? But Clario, with precision sights, taking out Ben and King Khan. And this is exactly what we asked for Shenandoah. They picked an off-key map that they were comfortable on, and it really showed. I mean, they made up a 5-minute deficit in terms of time. That's really impressive on defense.
Well, it was Kentucky's pick, was it not?
Kentucky's pick,
yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so Kentucky picked something different, made it work, did a fabulous job. That second point defense was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's just, on attacking phase, they struggled a bit. It seemed as though they lost a little bit of confidence, or maybe they really felt our strength is defense, let's just get it as far as we can, but lost the plot on the second half and, struggled to use those ultimates in time. Hopefully we see that get a little less, them get a little less shaky and more confident in hitting that Q button as necessary. I mean, we saw a Bob that got used early by Ash, and you were questioning it, but honestly, I would sit there and be like, well, at least I hit the Q button and didn't hold on to it for 2.5 minutes.
It had 2 times to place the Bob in the exact same hallway and did land it on the second try, so that was great to see. This is exactly what I want to see from LCQ, though. If you were at the LCQs yesterday for Valorant, they were pretty lopsided 3-0, 2-0 sweep. So it's nice that moving on to today, we're getting some really true competition. Both teams are in it to win it.
Yeah, and we are now going to be able to progress into Flashpoint. Granted, Not so much as it is with, yeah, I was gonna say, it's not like Escort where there was the days of old of there is no other Escort map outside of King's Row. When it comes to Flashpoint, yes, there's 2 maps, but one of them isn't great, so we're gonna be going to Servasa.
Not too bad of a choice, though. I mean, it is a stage that, all things considered, despite us seeing it so much, we have developed a bit of a fondness for it, and looks beautiful when you see it from above.
I like this a lot. Thank you, production. This is gorgeous. And it's not as sepia toned.
No, it's golden tone.
Yes, there's so many maps that's just like burnt reds and sepias that I'm thankful for Servasa over New Junk City because there's purples, there's turquoise, there's gold. Yes, there's tan, but it's not like I'm looking at a spaghetti western.
There's a huge difference between gold and sepia. Just ask Pantone, okay? They'll be the first to tell you there's a huge difference between them. All right, heading on down. We'll start off at the first flashpoint as always, market, and then follow one of the couple predetermined paths at all, bringing in everything else. Temple, Palace, which is my favorite personally. I just like kind of that high ground, and because it's such an enclosed high ground, such chaos can be brought out. Here we go. Off to the start. Pretty standard that a Lucio would be picked. That is the case for Shenandoah, but not for Kentucky. They've decided to stick on the Alari and Baptiste.
Shenandoah with a May Sim composition. I'm intrigued to see what their plan of attack is here. It's going to be claim the objective and fight for the point, whereas Kentucky is playing the opposite, which is the team that plays on point loses. And that is why they have such a heavy spam comp, the ability to play for the long fight, play out of sight, out of point. We do see Immortality get forced too slow. They're going to be capitalized on, and Andy gets that back to spawn. Voidex, Clario, Butters, all eliminated as well. That's a fair trade, 3 for 1.
Ash is not going to be able to sneakily take the flashpoint back. Shenandoah will push. Clario off, force the swap over to the Sojourn. With as fast as the timer ticks, it's realistically probably just one more team fight before market is decided. We move on to the next.
Intrigued by Kentucky's choice to not use a Lucio instead. That's probably why they had chosen to roll out on the Symmetra. But if you're running the spam comp, it's forced the cooldown to play the tug of war for space.
Clario starts things off, getting rid of King Khan. It's evened up, but Despacito continuing to put pressure. Enders and Ben fall. 95% left. By the time they'll take it, it'll be at 99. Kentucky gets the flash point for themselves and has a good bit of ultimates, too, to use to start things off.
I also am completely crazy. Apologies. There was never a sim, but Kentucky not having any sort of speed, no mobility, is concerning. When you play these spam comps into a brawl, you need to fight outside first. You have to force the abilities quickly, disengage, and then re-engage. 1, 2, 3 swing peaks are very important. We're going to use Bob first, claim back the space, maybe force cooldowns, but Bob gets so low. Our poor Butler gets eliminated by King.
Blizzard just comes online for Shenandoah. They round the corner. Who are they going to wall off? They are able to roughly split the team in two, and Voidex eliminates Mad Jack. Now moving past the window that Kentucky placed down. The next on their list is Clario. He falls. Despacito trying to get away, moving back to his support. But the main goal is accomplished for Shenandoah. They take back the point. And the stragglers from Kentucky get it back for themselves. They can't. So we'll move on to the next flashpoint with Shenandoah leading by 1.
Butters and Aspect get themselves eliminated very quickly, so they can all spawn together. We're coming up on Photon Barrier, Blizzard, Shatter for Shenandoah, and Kentucky's gonna have Overclock, Captive Sun, and almost Bob, depending on how quickly Aspect charges Bob. And there we go.
Ooh.
Ben is ready. Ben is taking space and creating it for their team.
The great thing, though, is that to balance out Ben's gun-ho attitude, he has great team members who can pull him back if he's just a little bit too excited. Enders gets a boop onto Butters. Palace is my favorite stage. I'd say Temple is my second favorite. I love these pits of water you can use, and Mad Jack and Aspect Racer are going to drop off the edge, take a dip themselves, so they can all respawn as a team.
So shatter, wall, window, almost reach again for Enders. Ooh, and Andy has decided. Oh, check your corner.
Oh, huge shatter. The Immortality Field did go down to buy them a little time. Wall goes up. Voidex eliminates Clario. Now attention goes on to Andy as he just gets in front of his team, trying to stop the squishies from being picked off, but Butters will be also peeled off from Kentucky. They'll be forced to respawn yet again.
No shade at Ben. However, to anyone that's ever placed off against a Reinhardt, if you don't see Rein and you are a tank and you know that Rein is alive, you have a problem.
Esposito eliminated by Voidex. Andy gets the pick onto Ben, though. I would say getting the tank, though, is a little bit better for Kentucky as they're pushing forward. They need to get to the point. They aren't even close as it goes over into Shenandoah's column. Move on to the third.
They're forced to run away without their tank. This is a little rough. Enders gets deleted. They're still running. There's this TP. It gets burned super fast. Vitaly gets deleted. Reinhardt goes for the charge. I think this is just to take me to my keeper.
That was the most uncomfortable rotation I've ever seen. That
Yeah.
was just unpleasant to watch the entire time.
That hurt.
So now for the first time, Kentucky will be the first ones on the flashpoint, claim it for themselves to start out. And they'll make a little bit room for themselves. Terra Surge, Captive Sun, and Window online. Photon Bear is going to be the first Spento from Shenandoah.
Give them the opportunity to lock down the damage angle. Beat is used in response to Captive Sun and Terra Surge. Spear attempts to try to shove someone off the map. Voidex gets deleted. Vitaly almost has Blizzard. We may see it used. Amplification Matrix is going to be used by Butters. Vitaly's still chilling on his Blizzard. Is in Cryo Freeze. Ben goes for the charge, gets Clario. Andy is still alive, full health, has support with them. Rein dangerously low, May dangerously low, have yet to give up, tries to go back to their support. They get deleted, but Butters and Aspect also eliminated. Andy gets Vitaly, but Vitaly did throw Blizzard on point. The Battle Cattle is here to play and here to stay, is undeterred in a 1v4, but the 1v1 is starting to terrify them. That is a full charge Symmetra.
But while he gets chased off, another member from Kentucky, Clario, rotates back over the point. Still gets stolen away from them. That was a great hold by Andy as tank. Given enough time for Clario and Esposito to get back toward the point with their ultimates in tow. Both Overclock and Bob online for Kentucky. Terra Surge following close behind. Shatter to start things off from Shenandoah, but it's them who's going low on health, not Kentucky. Mad Jack holding on by a thread as all the ultimates are popped at once for Kentucky. Terra Surge will pick up Enders. They move on to Vitaly. And I think this will be the first flashpoint taken over for the Wildcats. We're moving on to number 4.
Hello.
Taking a look at the ults we have, Mad Jack. Might as well have Captive Sun, Butters, 70% on that window. Ben is choosing to also go with the Battle Cattle, so who has the most giddy or has to giddy out of the way is now my question. Enders, only 60% on Beat King, almost roughly matching Butters for charge, but Voidex leading right now, 95% on this Photon Barrier. Can make this fight easier for Shenandoah, but they're choosing to set up the car wash on the objective, bait the side of Kentucky into the fight. So now with Captain Sun online, this wall will likely have to be committed early.
Photon Barrier spent as well as Captive Sun. Andy now facing off against Ben, gets the Javelin block. Both of them are in golden form, just trying to tank it out. Clario picks off Voidex. It's Andy who falls first in the battle of the Battle Cattle. Dynamite also thrown out by Esposito, trying to bring this fight back. They did hit the maid, but they're at an awkward angle, and it's a bit too many teammates to be saying they're going to try to get out of there with the coach gun, but get chased down by Shenandoah.
They are spearing into what remains of Kentucky's backline. Now Shenandoah coming in with originally just Photon Barrier, has almost every ult online. Kentucky did only spend one as well. However, their DPS are trailing on ult charge. Andy is trailing by almost 30% for Terra Surge. Their win condition here is using Butter's window to claim space and lock it down. There is the window, but May ult in response from Vitali forces Beat to try and take care of everybody for Shenandoah. Ben is in desperate need of being sent to the ICU, but the sports are alive after the Terra Surge eviscerates Kentucky.
You're asking which one has a little bit more giddy. I'd say Ben is the one who has a little bit more giddy up in their get along. And also recognize that this town wasn't big enough for the two of them.
It's not a two-horse town, that's for sure.
It definitely is. Only one can stand tall, and it's going to be Ben, who also gets play of the game. I like it. Very thematic.
It's probably that last Terra.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has to be.
Holy cow, that was massive. You can see how low Ben gets. He's like, heal me, please. And then continues to go charging after other people.
Or maybe just went heal. Oh, wait, the team's gone. Okay.
It's more like a raging bull, not a battle cattle at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we'll move on to push, and I'm very curious now what Kentucky has up their sleeve, because they surprised us on hybrid, and knowing what's in the map pool for push, there were a lot of interesting choices that they could use besides, you know, what you usually push for every single time.
Yes, I normally push for Esperanza, but know that Jacob will be satisfied with Esperanza or even New Queen Street because there's trains and trolleys on both of them. Considering what we've seen, the Brawl comp especially, they can still technically, and with Clario being comfortable on both Widow and Hanzo, we could see Coliseo. So it's up in the air across the board on any single one of them. Honestly, Esperanza may be the worst possible one. And as I'm saying that, I also realize that half the time I say these things, it almost is like teams hear me across the universe and are like, let's go that map. Exactly the map that I think is probably not a good idea, and then they just prove me wrong. So,
with Kings Row being the only exception, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the exception that will just continue to hurt
like,
me.
yeah, good idea. Let's run it.
But we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, I think Esperanza might be the one we don't see. I'm actually leaning into Coliseo.
Well, I never thought I'd hear you say that. I've never thought I'd live to see the day, but we are in fact having a Coliseo recommendation here.
I might be crazy. I might be losing my marbles. I only got 3 hours of sleep.
Okay, well, fair enough.
And we are waiting on confirmation for what the teams do end up deciding, but as I've put my bet out, and it's still not even there. What is yours?
New Queen Street. That's where I'm going to put it. Oh, I'm right! Oh, I'm right. Perfect timing for once. I'm having a great time. Don't know about you, but I'm doing great.
Just the fact that you love trains so much makes me aware that this makes you very happy.
On both fronts, I was just right in my prediction, and the trolley's a nice bonus. And you get the map of the metro, too.
Fine. I'm going to let you just have your moment. That's all I can say about this. Also, I'm interested, are we going to see compositions change? Oh, I was not prepared for this. Hello. Are we going to see a swap up of things a little bit more now? Is there going to be a transition over to like more of a Jotes composition? Are we going to stick with some variation of the May Brawls? I don't really know. They're viable on these maps. I just really hope for some reason, and I don't know who to blame for this. I do, but I'm not going to drop any professional names. People think that because it's New Queen Street, they can play Pharmacy. And I highly advise against any team playing Pharmacy on push maps, really, unless you're absolutely crazy. I really just hope that's one comp we don't see is something built around a Pharmacy. Because when there's a Bastion and a horse, don't.
I also think that we saw such great ability from the Wildcats, Kentucky, on defensively holding high grounds. That makes me very interested to see how that hill after the first checkpoint is going to come into play. Because if we know Kentucky is comfortable defending on high grounds, that could be a very tough point for Shenandoah to push through.
Yeah, that hill does bring me great pain and great joy at the same time because it can be the spot of an intense defensive battle that results in everything actually turning in favor of the team that lost the first check, like did not get to the first checkpoint. Or, you know, the team that is trying to push up the hill just is like, okay, skater boy, walks all the way up it, walks into like the octagon right outside the enemy spawn and just battles it out for control there while Lucio chills on point.
We are at match point for Shenandoah to claim it and move on. By the way, just in case you're curious on who actually made it through in first place, you'll have to wait a little bit longer because we're actually about ready to start. Both teams are heading toward the point.
Battle Cattle is going to be Andy on the side of Kentucky with the Ash, Hanzo, Iardi, Baptiste in tow. Shenandoah also doing the same thing. Battle Cattle, but the Lucio Baptiste. We do see Vitaly Voidex coming in with Sojourn May, and as I mentioned, Voidex, they get eliminated. I'm sorry, I may have cast or cursed you. However, King will find Clario, returning the favor, but King gets eliminated by Aspect, who also then picks up Ben.
Moving over through Statue, Mad Jack taking even more ground for Kentucky. It's possible great flank angle, actually, that moved all the way up to the hill. Kentucky is going to slowly rotate over to try to get a team fight before the forward spawns are claimed by the Wildcats.
No ults online for anybody just yet, and
Oh. Well, you know, Canadian Wi-Fi isn't what it used to be. That's the risk in us going to Toronto, you know. Oh well. I still got to see the trolley. I'm happy.
the rule is also, though, the first fight has occurred. So they're going to just have to rejoin and continue from there on out. However, yeah, we can blame Canadian Wi-Fi on this one. When I was working over this weekend, I didn't know that some people I was going to be working with were in the Netherlands. So it was interesting for me to be talking to them, and they're like, hey, you're really laggy right now. Can we try to fix this? And so first off, I was not hardline. I swapped to hardline. I'm still laggy. And then at that point, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I pay for gig. I pay for gig. And obviously, I'm not getting gig right now. And they're like, actually, you probably are to your local server, but I'm in the Netherlands.
I'm sorry that my connection has to travel across a whole ocean to get to you, but that's just the way it works out. That's one of those times where in a tournament, debating which server you play on becomes a really hot button issue.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, so it's not entirely my fault that I'm laggy. So, no, it's going on a wire at the bottom of the ocean to a different continent. Not to mention, like, having to cross the continent, then go under the water, and then to the Netherlands. So, you know, the internet does what internet will do, and we can't always trust it.
Although, if you're looking for just some random thing to do online that's very interesting, look up those kind of maps that show, like, an actual showing all the fiber optic lines and, like, transatlantic cables around the Earth. If you want to see the information age's, you know, veins and arteries, if you will, it's always very interesting.
I think Nat Geo actually has one of those. I was recently toying around with a National Geographic map, so I was working on developing some history courses. So if you want to actually take a look at that stuff, it looks weird. I don't understand it. I'm not good with geography at the end of the day. All I was enjoying was the pretty colors. But yes, you can take a look at that stuff. You also can look at the local ones in your area. It's always nice to see that because I live out in the middle of farmland, that there's a fiber optic that comes like up the road, and then the turn down to my house, it's just not there.
So it's so close.
Yeah, they were putting in a subdivision, and they're basically like, yeah, you can pay $4,000 and we'll put it in your house first, but until the subdivision's built, we're not putting it in. And I'm just, what? So you literally see the fiber optic line is on the street, and then the farmhouse is right here. And
You just wish you could, like, Wile E. Coyote it. You just cut it in half and then drag it over.
Seriously, at one point, I was so desperate to have decent, like, I couldn't even play Clash Royale on my phone. It was so bad. The internet was so bad that I wanted to buy the world's longest Ethernet, walk out to the cable box, like the world's longest coax cable, and march myself to the cable box on the street and hook it up illegally. I didn't do it, but I was tempted.
Oh, man, that's funny. Just extension upon extension. And they all have to be different colors, too. Like, every 50 feet, it's a different color cable just to sell how long you had to go. Well, we're going to take a look back at some replays. And really the moment that turned it all around for Kentucky was this defense right after the first point.
Kentucky has shown us they are here to play and definitely are going to give Shenandoah a run for their money. But Voidex, who in that moment was the last person to survive, was the first person to get eliminated as the team engaged next, and this is when we made it into the Lucio Club. Absolutely incredible. Kentucky hit the gas, decided, okay, yeah, we need to stop holding ults for so long. It made us get too close and things got too desperate. They used Bob, they used Lift, and they cleaned up, and then as we moved into Servasa, things went more in favor of Shenandoah again, but we're transitioning now into the push phase. And also Shenandoah started out on this brawl comp and stuck with it, but then when the horses came out to play, Ben went horse in response to Andy going horse. I love me some Battle Cattle. It was absolutely incredible to see. Andy did walk away with the play of the game as well for Servasa. So let's see, are we going to have another tank POTG on push? Maybe.
Well, I also teased at the beginning saying if you're wondering which team placed first in each division to move on to the finals, and I said you'd have to wait a little longer. Here it is, starting with East 1, then moving through 6, then West Central 1 and 2. We've got some familiar names, St. Clair, Maryville, Fisher, BSC, Brian Stratton, RIT, Boise State, and UTD. So basically everyone that you would expect to just be undefeated or only losing one in their division, played out exactly that way. So even if you make it out of the LCQ, you've got some stiff competition to go up against in the finals.
Yeah, those are like the equivalency, just the names you used out of being, how do I put this? The children of Zeus.
Ah, okay, yeah.
That is what you're facing up against. They are tough and strong opponents, very, very well-built teams. So best of luck, but at the end of the day, of course, you just have to take it one step at a time. Right now,
and I think also because they're such giants that can just, a lot of them going undefeated in the regular season, what really matters is who's going to be paired up with who for the final bracket. And if you want to know that, you should be tuning in next week because we will have our bracket reveal stream for the NACE National Finals. So that will always be exciting, but it's great that we also have this LCQ to give a lot of teams which, again, haven't had bad seasons. I mean, the worst records we're seeing are like 5-2, for today. So it's teams that are great in their own right. It's just, there are only 5 golden tickets in the world. And so not everyone can have them, if you will.
Well, not to mention when you get out of LCQ, you from there on out are going to be facing the #1 seeds. So it's not going to be easy. I will have to just say best of luck, keep your head held high, and if you're going to lose, make sure you lose to the best.
That's mainly the main you can say, at least I lost, and and you could just look forward to getting a little bit better and moving a little bit farther in the finals every single time. Well, we have just received confirmation that we're going to be getting back into the action soon on New Queen Street, and we'll find out if Shenandoah actually takes the match point and will move on. Remember, though, there is a second round of the LCQ, so even if Kentucky loses, that might not be the last that we see of them. And again, just another overview of the general lineup and players that have been impressing us throughout the time. I'm very curious about Clario. And the reason I am is if Kentucky wins this, that means that Shenandoah has choice of escort. And if you've got a player that's really good on a long-range hero, almost a sniper like Hanzo or Widowmaker, many times this season we have seen what stage you don't pick.
Yeah, you don't go Circuit Royale. You just don't.
We've had a lot of teams tempt fate by going that direction. But Kentucky has shown they're so good at this long-range defense that Shenandoah, I don't know if they're feeling risky, if they think they can break the trend we've seen happen all season, but Circuit Royale has been where a lot of teams' hopes go to die.
Just trust me on this. Just don't go Circuit Royale. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Don't try to ego. Take a safe bet. Circuit is not it. You remember, to anyone that's been playing since the start of the school year, during middle of summer to right to the start of school, it felt like there was nothing but Widowmaker maps in the pool, because that's all it was. And Circuit was one of the banes of everybody's existence. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't let the voices win today. Do not go Circuit Royale. Please, I'm begging.
That's a great motivational that could go on a motivational poster. Don't let the voices win today.
I don't know. There's just something that gets into Overwatch players' heads where they just go absolutely bonkers, and they're like, let's take this bad idea and make it sound good.
You know, we can list all the reasons why, and then ignoring the one big reason that's why in front of them. And they're looking off to the peripheral saying, well, you know, maybe on this particular part of the stage, if we have this particular loadout and these three ultimates are used in this exact order, then that would be such a cool play. And they ignore the fact that that to get to that point, you've just got a huge roadway of death that a Widow and another, you know, long range, probably a Hanzo, is just watching over.
And not to mention, if you try to force a comp that isn't optimized on Circuit, i.e. the Brawl comp, and you have minimal room for error when you are playing a comp that's not optimal for that map. And I say that because the team that is playing the comp that is meant for it, they get forgiven a bit more for the mistakes that they make because of the comp being more viable in those situations. So there is a plan A, plan B, plan C. Whereas when you play the wrong comp, or you're just trying to, you know, force the square shape into the round hole on your little kitty building block toy, that is where there isn't as much wiggle room for mistakes.
We can see behind us the gorgeous overview of New Queen Street, the map that could put us in the position where we might see I was about to say Kings Royale. Now I'm mixing up the streets. Kings Royale. Yeah, we're just smashing stages together here. But yeah, no, I mean, this is it, and I think that there are parts of this stage that play into Kentucky's strengths, and they got off to a great start, almost claiming the first checkpoint for themselves.
And we are getting close to loading in, I am assuming, so hopefully everyone for Shenandoah has returned. I don't know who kicked your guys' cable box. Oh, yikers, that was interesting.
Who had the parent that came in and just said, you know, I can't pause this game, I don't care, and just plug.
Thankfully, I don't know about you, but I grew up, like, every night on the dot at 9 o'clock, I always played Call of Duty with one of my internet friends. We played Call of Duty every night, 9 o'clock, or we played Naruto Shippuden. Mm-hmm. And my dad would be like, are you online right now? And I'd be like, yeah. He'd be like, okay, can you just not join another lobby after that and, like, come talk to me for, like, 5 minutes? And then he'd walk away. It was so lovely when my dad realized, he's like, oh, you can't pause? And I'm like, no. I can't pause online games, and most games are online games now, so no pausing.
I didn't have that problem too much as a kid. The problem I did have is when I was playing a game like SimCity, and my parents would come in and ask me if I was winning, and I could not answer that question for the life of me. So you dealt with, you know, the classic, I can't pause an online game. I dealt with the classic, are you winning question.
Oh, that is so tragic. Are you winning? I'm playing Sims. It's not how it works.
All right, we're going to take another look at how we got here. And Shenandoah was off to, I mean, an amazing lightning start on Busan. I mean, so they claimed the point so soon that most of the fights didn't take part on the actual points. They took part way off in Kentucky's territory.
Yes. When their parents walked into the room for Shenandoah and asked, are you winning? They got to say yes.
They did very fairly. And even in a case where it looked like Kentucky might have encouraging words for their parents, as in this great start on the Blizzard, They were able to take out the Bastion, but the Rhine just walked off out of range for the Blizzard, still was alive, and went into the back row of Kentucky. And then it was around this time also that we saw a very risky situation where the Maywall went up and they accidentally lifted the enemy team's Bastion.
Okay, so it's a double-edged sword. If the intent is to lift the Bastion, call it, go for it. Eliminate the poor Bastion. The Omnic will go back to the manufacturer. However, if it's not planned and you do that, then there is typically a slight squeak of terror that comes from somebody in the comms when that happens.
And then we're moving back to the place where we saw the great defense from Kentucky, mainly just because it was one of the reasons that it was so amazing was that on attack, Kentucky was really struggling. I mean, they had 0 time left. They had 0 time left when they claimed each point, and it just seems they were limping along. And I was not expecting it to just be such a night and day performance that once they got on defense, they had it locked in.
They were very comfortable on defense. It's just they needed to have that same confidence going into being on offense. You could see there was a plan. They had the opportunity. They saw opportunities. They executed their plan, and it was well done. It just felt like possibly on attack that they were a little hesitant, a little scared. You got to hit those Q buttons. If you have 2.5 minutes on the clock and you have a Q at the start of that 2.5 minute mark, I promise you're going to have it again, if not 2 more times by the time that time expires. So you might as well hit the Q button.
You might as well. I mean, we saw a lot of times. I just seen five of those red check marks next to each other for more than half a minute, and it just kept going. Was pretty surreal to see.
Yeah, you just hit Q. If you see an opportunity, tell your team, I'm hitting Q. If you have a plan and you're struggling to execute that plan because every time in rotation you're getting caught out, various things are occurring, ult are being used on you first, stop doing it. Do something else.
I mean, remember, one of the #1 rules is you never want to take a fair fight. You use your ultimates at the beginning to immediately maybe get 1 pick, or if you're lucky, 2. And then just immediately start the fight with a pure advantage on your side of the team. And if you're in Dreamland, you can get 3 or more. But just like I've never seen a $100 bill, that just, isn't in the cards for me personally. That's why I leave it to the pros.
I'm in the same boat as you. It's okay. And it does look like we are still, yes, we will be loading back into the game eventually. However, I want to talk about the fact that Kentucky, they're at the bottom of the hill. Do you remember what I mentioned about how that hill can be a double-edged sword? Mm-hmm. I'm really interested in what their plan of attack is, because their tank does not play the same way that Shenandoah's tank does, which is Shenandoah's tank does not have an S key. I swear to goodness, that human being has a keyboard and then was like WAD no S and has pulled it out and is relying on May to put up a wall to prevent their tank from going in further and further and further, and their poor Lifeweaver to grip them to send them back to where they need to be. So with that mentality, are we going to see our attacking horse pick that up? Is Andy going to start going up the hill? Is Andy going to claim this space like Ben would and be like, you shall not pass unless you pay the toll?
Yeah, that's probably the question of the hour. I mean, I haven't seen Andy as gung-ho, but I know that Kentucky can realize when they need to make a play. I mean, they're good enough to know if we should push forward here. I've seen it enough times they take advantage of situations where it would benefit them to make a specific move, that I think that can definitely be the case for Andy. And it isn't even a question also if just Andy just is able to recognize, but also if teammates and they have good communication to say, okay, you should push up now, if that can be fulfilled. In case you're wondering, Shenandoah came from the East 3 division, whereas Kentucky came from the East 5 division. Basically, if you were wondering what the really scary divisions were, it's East 1, 2, and 3, because that's where St. Clair, Maryville, and Fisher were respectively. So East 1, 2, and 3 were really hard slogs, and Shenandoah has come out of the fire pit, if you will, of competition into the LCQ out of one of the toughest divisions in the NACE Star League to try to claim, and they're so close to it. They're at match point, but I'm just not willing to call it for them yet because Kentucky has enough surprises.
Poor souls are pulling themselves out of the trenches on the front line of France right now and saying, okay, let's move forward. Yikes, that is one heck of a lineup to have to go against. My full respect to Shenandoah, of course, but also respect to Kentucky. They're holding their ground right now. It's just a matter of can they continue to do so. That's never an easy task, especially like anticipating now that we're going to have to see a full 5-game series if Kentucky is wanting to be victorious. That's a lot to ask of any team. And plus, on top of that, due to technical reasons, they have to be prepared for these situations like this. What are they doing in their idle time? How are they going to be staying warm? Are they using this as an opportunity for someone to leave the lobby, go take a look at the replay codes and like pseudo VOD review until everyone from Shenandoah returns to the lobby? Because, you know, that's how I would be using my time.
It's an extended timeout if you really think about it. So time to just sit back, you know, time to do probably a full litany of stretches if you would just completely limber back up and then take a nice long drink of water and get back to where you need to be.
Yes, stand up, stretch your legs, drink some water. I have also encouraged players in the past to do jumping jacks, do some squats, do something to get the blood flowing back to your legs as well.
And assuming that fall hasn't come too fast where they are, either in Shenandoah or in the West Virginia area or in Kentucky, in the Appalachian regions, wherever the weather is there, maybe open a window, just get some fresh air if the weather isn't too bad.
Yes, and because they are ahead of us in time, I know that the sun has probably set. It's already dusk here, so you won't be able to go get some sunshine, but fresh air is really nice. It does a lot for your body. Be careful though, because not having the sun out can make you a little bit more tired. So just, open the window, turn the lights on. If the lights are not on, oh my gosh, I will be crying for you. Don't play in the dark. I don't care if you're at a battle arena, don't play in the dark.
Yeah, it is it definitely, oh boy. You know, it's not quite to the level of what we grew up in, where when there were still CRT TVs, and if you pushed your face right up to it, you could like feel the tingly static, and you would really mess up your eyesight for a few minutes if you got close. It's not quite to that level of hurting your eyes, but it's still not advised to play in the dark.
No, it puts more strain on your eyes, and it's proven that, you know, if you've been staring at what they suggest for the eye exercises, because your eyes get tired, is for every 20 minutes you look at the screen, look 20 feet away for 20 seconds to allow your eyes to relax, because there is so much strain being put on your eyes being close to a monitor that is bright and having to chronically shift your eyes around. And believe it or not, you can actually get eye injuries. That's something that I've never experienced personally, but I know it's something that directors in esports have talked about. So, you know, don't be looking at your monitor right now the entire time. Don't be sitting down. Don't be idle. Move. Get water. Grab a snack. We can't grab a snack. Go grab something to eat.
And we want to give a thank you to our sponsors who are helping to bring all the action to you. One of the newest sponsors is Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, partnering with Nice Star League. Odyssey, it's your journey. And we also have Truth, the nation's largest public health organization dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine addiction are a thing of the past. To learn more about how vaping can affect your mental health, go to breathofstressair.com. I was also thinking, because sometimes we do have parents also join, because their kids are in college, they want to see how their kids are doing. They can relate to it, maybe not the eye strain argument, maybe not from the computer screens, but even I've heard stories from, you know, older generations of, you know, they went to the library for the whole day and they were like in a really gripping novel that they were reading, and even then, once they put the book down and actually looked normally, it's like, oh my goodness, I didn't stretch my eyes. And it's like anything that you're looking close range to can really do a number.
Yeah, and you don't want to be young and have an eye injury or a wrist injury or an elbow injury, as those are the things you actually have to look out for as an esports player. It's weird saying that. It's really weird, because I'm talking to people that are like 18 to 20 years old right now, but don't get carpal tunnel. Stretch your wrists. Do wrist exercises. Stir the pot of honey and knead it with your thumb. I did color guard for many years, and so like wrist exercises and wrist stretches were always things I had to do. But when you are playing, not a lot of people are aware that if you push your wrist down on your desk, that is where your nerve is at, and that is how you get carpal tunnel. So if you're not being careful and you have improper grip on your mouse, your elbow is not above your desk, and a lot of players play with their elbows beneath their desk and are like this, you're stressing out this nerve. That's how you get carpal tunnel. Stretch your wrists, please.
Yeah, and also make sure your elbows as well. For me, it's not carpal tunnel, but cubital tunnel, the one right in your elbow here, that's kind of the secondary nerve, whereas the carpal tunnel has the sensors for all 3 of your main fingers. Cubital tunnel is for the other 2. And you can, if you don't stretch that out, or maybe you have your elbow at a weird angle where you're playing and holding your mouse, that can also be very nasty. Anyway, you've been listening to Dr. Palmer and Rain's Nerve Hour, where we're talking about good nerve health and how to maintain good posture while you're playing games. Mavis Beacon would be proud. She's going to come back and remind you that if you don't have good posture, it's going to pay.
I'm trying to have good posture right now, but for the life of me, I just want to sink into the back of this chair. Outside of where our little studio is, which, by the way, we are not in a full box. We are in an open box, so the front side of us is completely open. We have windows. It is slowly getting darker and darker outside, and it's making me want to go to sleep. So I keep looking at these lights like, please wake me up, and then I look back at you, and I'm like, I see spots.
Well, talking about sleep and taking a break, we're going to take a short break and then be back with more NACE Star League. So please stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss the last chance qualifiers that we've got coming up. An overview of the general kind of mega map where all the 3 individual ones stand. Here we go, Shenandoah versus Kentucky. NACE Star League down behind, waiting for Shenandoah to go through the choke and then spring that nasty surprise on them.
Yeah, you don't find me saying it often, but check your angles in Overwatch is still very important. You don't really spend one as well. However, their DPS are trailing on Old Charge. Andy is trailing by almost 30% for Karis. Their win condition here is using Butter's window to claim space and lock it down. There is the window, but Mayult in response from Vitali forces beat.
Chance for Kentucky. We're going to start out with the artillery. Bringing that out, but the Immortality Field is placed down. Ben brings out a Shatter, and he does his in response. And Voidax gets a double, make that a triple. I think that just might be it for this match.
Ben also has Graphitic, King has Window, we also have Overclock. There's a Captive Sun that can be used from Kentucky, which we saw got a lot of value previously. They've got 10 seconds to get in and make contact with the point. Looks like Andy is trying to do just that for their team. Enders gets eliminated. Here comes in Captive Sun. Vitali is gone. Ben is gone. Finally, it's Clario. Andy is still alive. Full health. Has support with them. Ryan dangerously low. May dangerously low. Have yet to give up. Tries to go back to their support. They get to lead it, but Butters and Aspect also eliminated. Andy gets Vitali because Vitali did throw Blizzard on point. The Battle Cattle is here to play and here to stay. Is
strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Ain't nothing we haven't tried. I'll sing you one last goodbye, and I won't think twice. So, ready or not, I'll go. I'm setting you free for sure right now. Don't ask me how. Thought I had her in a loose-leaf grip, said I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling in, I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you.
Last chance qualifiers. Thank you for your patience for after the first game. As a quick update right now, that has gone to a game of 5. Jen, go ahead and get game 4 due to connection issues. So that one will take place off screen, and we will get you the results of that as soon as we can. In the interest of time, though, we've got a lot of other teams waiting in their matches. So Colin, who's now joining me, your host, David Palmer, Colin Majunkin. Colin, who's playing in our second match, and what are the stakes for them? Refresh the stage and tell us what the general stakes are in LCQ.
So after a bit of a break, might be working on a little bit of the sort of what is there to offer. And we've already been through with the casters that were here previously before you and Artie that was in this spot that there is an LCQ. So honestly, to me, these stakes don't really matter a whole lot. While yes, you want to progress and you want to move forward, no matter what, it's always one of those things. You kind of have a safety net. So in my terms, you want to move forward, but it's not the end of the world if anything happens. But we do have a bit of a matchup here. I believe it's going to be Oakland versus Ferris State.
Oakland versus Ferris State, the Golden Grizzlies versus the Ferris State Bulldogs. And I was teasing a little bit earlier about kind of the three very scary the three very scary divisions, which would be East 1, 2, and 3 right now. And Ferris State came out of East 1. That's where St. Clair was. We actually saw their matchup versus St. Clair a little bit earlier. It was a tough opponent to go up against, but Ferris State managed to get enough of a good record to get into the last chance qualifiers going up against Oakland University. And let's take a look at the overall lineups that they have. And Colin, I'm going to let you get Oakland University because I have a certain affinity for Ferris State.
What a joy for the side of Oakland University. We got Jax, Crawl, Carbon, Aerospace, and Frothy Philly 7.
And for Ferris State, Virgil, Axe, Chance, Dwally, and the one that I wanted. This is the reason I requested Ferris State. We've got Kavushki is back, one of my favorite gamer tags to say in the NACE Star League. We saw him. He was a major player who made some great plays against St. Clair when Ferris State went up against them. He mainly likes to go on the Reaper. We saw some great plays on Esperanza, and since Flashpoint is one of the guaranteed modes that we have, I think we have a good chance of seeing him go on that again. We'll see what he can bring to the table.
Oh yeah, and automatically when you have a player like that, that's just something you know where they're really, really solid on a certain role, on a certain character, you may tend to build your comps and your map picks around that. So to give you the best sort of chance to go into it, and we're getting a bit of a treat.
We are going to just go right into it, and we're starting out on Antarctica. Golden Grizzlies versus Bulldogs, Oakland versus Ferris State in the second last chance qualifier match. First to 3, best of 5. We can already see some players getting ready down on the field. And we get a beautiful overview of all that Antarctica has to offer. 3 stages, and it seems like we've normally started out in the caves, but plenty of options to go around. Of course, Antarctica, one of the more recent additions in terms of the controls. Not a classic stage by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just not. I mean, you sort of iterated perfectly there. It's new. It's not exactly so new that players aren't familiar with it or what to do and how to play it. And I think there's still some experimentation, but for the most part, you've got your compositions that teams are gonna go around with. And if Artie was in this chair instead of me, I'd be a lot more confident asking, what compositions are we going to see? Which you're not going to get that kind of analysis from me, but I'm more than confident in what these teams know what they're going to play.
I can tell you,
and they know how to play.
We're going to see some Bastion. We've seen Bastion on Antarctica plenty of times. I mean, all that raw damage that you can push out with the Bastion. I mean, we're going to see him in almost all the times.
On this submap.
Yeah. We could also see Zarya being brought out, which would be interesting because she isn't quite as powerful as she used to be, but can still provide some great options, especially since some of these routes are so flank heavy. You can really push that onto one of your squishies and let them survive a little bit longer to make sure that they get their pick and get out. But it is going to be a Sigma to start out with. It's one of the teams, the Sigma and the Symmetra, actually, to teleport right to the team. And there you go. I called it out. Kavushki on the Reaper. Let's see what he can do.
That is by the looks of it, what is going to be a very, very brawl. You got the Lucio, you got the JQ, you've got Kavushki. They are looking to get in your face here, but this Mei is also going to look to punish you with that wall. Also going to rock there for the side of Sig. It's going to be pretty big. Kabushi's going to TP out, regroup with the team here. Side of Oakland has the high ground, going to drop down, keep a few up there, and Froth is going to immediately take out Kabushki. There goes down the tank Chance. Quickly, Oakland University is looking to clean up.
Hello.
Now, if Ferris State doesn't have too much more luck on the Reaper and the Soldier, one of the questions that is really going to come to the front of my mind will be, how soon can they swap off? Will Ferris State be a flexible team? And the answer is pretty flexible. They swap over to the Sojourn and the May, so both teams will have that walling ability going into the second fight.
May's Punisher is just going to be so big, as well as that JQ that's going to be able to get a lot of just that burst damage out, especially once that ultimate comes online. Going to drop down to high ground, catch Froth out of position. Ice Block is used there. Axe as well. Currently no picks, just tested that chance. Going to get one.
But it's equalized. We're down to 4 apiece. Gravitic spent by Oakland. He gets eliminated while he's using it. Rampage now brought out from Ferris State. It's going to throw the ante onto Aerospace. His days are numbered. Chance now heads back toward the point. They need to take it back. Oakland has already charged it up to 50%. Ferris State claims it. They try to get the stagger onto that Lucio, but he's going to be able to wall right away and live to fight another day.
Chance ended up using the ultimate there and only ended up getting one, which I don't even think Chance got the confirmation on Aerospace. That could be entirely wrong. A great knife. Gonna force out Ice Block very quickly. There goes that window, as well as Blizzard. Beach also committed to the fight as well, but Kabushi is gonna find Froth. No further picks since then. Oakland has a bit of the high ground here. There's gonna be other picks onto Jax. There goes down Crawl. And yep, the rest of Oakland University is gonna fall, and Ferris State's gonna hold on to this point.
Oakland University is going to come back into this fight with the overclock and window online. Ferris State has overclock and Blizzard, but neither team is close, anywhere near close to that crucial beat that could be your ticket out of a lot of damage and ultimates being pushed onto your team. So I'm going to say, you know, since Artie isn't here, I'll be the one to say it. He who ults first is probably going to win this fight.
But already, Carbon and Aerospace picking up 2. There's Froth getting the 3rd. I don't believe they even had to use any ultimates in that fight.
No,
they just straight up got picks.
Aerospace used his window.
Oh, there it was.
And I'll use that to claim that I'm right.
I will support that as well. That tracks.
Any sort of evidence, no matter how shaky, to claim I'm right, I'm going to stand on.
And I'm not going to take you to court to prove you wrong.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. Well, Ferris State now going in for a chance to retake wall. It's going to be thrown up on them. Carbon brings out the overclock. Pickle Piglet uses the Blizzard in response, but no one from Oakland looked like got frozen. They bring out the Gravitic. How many did they get? They got Chance. The tank is down for Ferris State, but even without the tank, Kavushki is going to come through in a hero's play with a triple on the overclock. That's what I like about Kavushki, is he is the one to turn fights around all by himself.
Got a great name and some great plays to back it all up. Getting a 3-piece there, as well as the ulting Sigma. That is twice this Sigma on the side of the Golden Bears has been knocked out of their ultimate by dying, which is a pretty big factor we take into account, because that's an ultimate that takes away 50% of the health bar automatically, which could be dangerous. There goes out Blizzard. It's gonna find one. Sitting at a current advantage right now. There goes 2, getting some trades right back at it though. Froth is extremely low, gonna go down. Kavushi gets to confirm. Carbon's gonna get 1, but get traded out. And that is Ferris State taking point 1.
That was a good bit of creativity by Ferris State. They didn't have the beat. They were so close. He was like 89% on the charge. So they didn't have the beat to be able to survive through that Blizzard, but Chance just charged up on the Rampage and uses that instead. And that still gave enough sustain for Ferris State for them to just slowly pick back against Oakland, get the victory in that fight. Now Ferris State leads by 1. You know that I always like a little bit of drama added to the storyline, and the drama for all these matches is that there's the team in second place in their division. You would think, you know, if LCQs didn't exist, they would just qualify. And then there's the team in third place, the trailing team, the underdog, looking to steal that ticket away. And Ferris State could be well on their way to doing that.
I guess the Battle Cat will come out from the side of Oakland University. Other than that, they're keeping the same composition. Same for the side of Ferris, sticking to what was working last map. There goes out Javelin. Now they're going to turn and try and get Chance, get walled off here. But being that Golden State isn't going to allow any of that CC that Maze got to really slow down. There's a good shot by Kavushi looking for the finish. Isn't going to find it. Immortality was used, taken out. There goes down the tank for the side of Oakland. A DPS down, and that's going to be a full reset for the side of Oakland University.
Oakland University, the question for them is, are there any swaps to be brought out? Ferris State, Chance in one fight has already charged 73% on this Rampage. So it's not out of the question that in this next team fight, that Rampage could come out for extra sustain for Ferris State. We'll just have to see. Pickle Piglet just hanging in there, almost got taken out. Was able to heal back up.
Oh! So important. Gonna find Jax way out of position there. He's gonna pay the price for it. Kavushi, this is that first charge shot, but doesn't go down to it. Chance is also looking rather low. Gonna slowly, but the mischarge shot is gonna make up. Gonna find Froth. And that's just Oakland University having to step out again after losing a support, then a DPS so late after each other.
Ferris State sitting on a good bit of ultimates. They're also close to that crucial beat. Wally just coming on top of it. I mean, Kavushki is already up to 70% himself. They're close on all their ultimates. They have so much to use. Wall's going to go up. Kroll goes diving in despite being antied by the Rampage. And Oakland University just stares right in the face of that Junker Queen and says, nah, you're not going to Rampage through us. We're going to team wipe onto you. Great job by Oakland University. They take back the point for themselves.
When four of the members just turn and face your direction, and none of your teammates are able to follow up because there's a golden battle counter charging into your face and then ults, you're gonna have a hard time following up. And then Oakland University does the excellent job of following up after that as well. First, they only get a 76 here.
Oh, I love it.
Great behind the back sabotage here, but Beat gets committed, so is Immortality. And Frog is taken out, even though after using a really good Blizzard. Ferris State just trying to stick into this, and they're sticking into it well. Trying to find one more from the side of Kavushki. Not going to be able to find it as the rest of everybody retreats behind the corner. Gets some good damage in, though. But it's still Oakland that holds onto this point. Overclock is used for Carbon as well.
I actually think that Blizzard couldn't have worked out better for Oakland. I mean, they're still able to keep track of the point. That team fight, kind of a draw, but I would say slightly in favor of Oakland, and they get Ferris State to burn all their ultimates. You trade 1 for 2 in terms of ultimates. Didn't work out too badly there for Oakland. But Ferris State will be able to take the point back again because Kavushki manages to stick around and continue to be a pain for Oakland.
Ferris State's on the high ground here. Nobody really contesting. Is going to drop down. Gonna have to use the burst. There goes out window as well, but wall gets used perfectly timed. Carbon's gonna find one. Point still on the side of Ferris State, but as long as there remains Oakland University players, it will go to OT. Trying to find something. Carl's gonna get Chance. This could be the fight going to Oakland University. It is gonna pick up a second. Froth Philly's gonna pick up another. Carbon pick up their own. That's 4 down for the side of Ferris State. Kavushki is just gonna back out.
Everyone is just sitting on the precipice of their ults. I'd say Ferris State might just have more to use for this last fight. It depends. Can they get a pick before Throthy is able to get his Blizzard? Wally coming up on that beat. That is so important, especially if a Terra Surge starts off this engagement. Probably won't. They might want to combo that with something. We'll just have to see. Ferris State getting up in the face of Oakland. Need to get a touch on that point. They do.
Oh.
Kavushki picks off Jax. And Frothy Philly also eliminated as they use the Blizzard. Beat and window expelled for Ferris State. Terra Surge, Oakland to try to take it back. They do eliminate Chance. And Carbon now fighting back. But Kavushki is on point to keep it in the possession of Ferris State. They win control and go up 1 in the match.
Really wide a hand out there. And honestly, even as it started getting towards the end of it, Ferris State was sort of in control. They still had 40% on the clock to really work with. And there's Kavushki. We knew this was going to be the player of the game. This 3K, yeah, right here. It's just going to work out really great. Actually, I don't even think, it's not even the overclock. It's just straight up being able to shoot so effectively.
Well, if Kavushki kind of, is favorite is the Reaper. You're wondering, is he just more suited for close range combat? The answer is no. He can do just as well on a Sojourn. And now, Oakland University, the team with the slightly better win-loss record, is trailing. But I also got to say, Ferris State, I hinted, at the fact that St. Clair was in their division. Not only was St. Clair in their division, but Northeastern was also in their division. So the top two teams, they're probably in one of the arguably toughest divisions in NA Star League. So they're 5-2, but they're also battle-hardened, if you will.
Oh yeah, they have gone through the time-tested trial by fire, walk on the hot coals that are burning your feet, because that's kind of what they've been through with those two teams. And it really shows that match there, that flexibility, they changed some certain things, but they didn't change a whole lot of it, and they found to be effective no matter what.
Well, if you want to be the best, you have to go up against the best, but it is not in Ferris State's wheelhouse quite yet. We are moving on to hybrid. Oakland has the choice of stage, Golden Grizzlies, and since they are kind of more of an established team, only having lost one in their season, 6-1 is their record, I would think probably they're going to lean towards one of the two more established picks for hybrid, that either being Eichenwald or Kings Row.
I think we're going to see them on Eichenwald. I feel like that's a map that they're going to find a lot of effectiveness with. It's sort of both comps. They could go that brawl route and use a sim to get in and out of places, or I could see them staking Kabushki on the Sojourn and finding those longer type angles to be really effective. But yeah, I do agree. I could find them both being on either Kings or Eichenwald and finding relative success.
I mean, we have seen a lot of May be brought out, and Kings Row is also a stage that lends itself pretty well toward a May Brawl composition as well. And yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the Sojourn, I mean, there are some nice high grounds that she can set herself up on, but I'm thinking if they're both wanting to go for the May Brawl and just stick on the composition they're already playing, I'm going to say Kings Row.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it seems to be the most likely way for them to go because of what we saw from that last time. They were not willing to stop off that. They really wanted to find the value using that, and it is their map pick. It's something where, and honestly, you got to find something that you think not only you're effective at, but that secondary thought of what is the opposition not going to be effective on as well, in that sense of what can be map pick. So
But
I'm crossing my fingers that it's maybe something a little more creative.
Yeah, but
ultimately, I know
that's
it's gonna
the
be
one.
at the end of
That's
the
the one thing about Kings Row. Everyone plays it so much that
Yeah.
there really isn't anyone who isn't effective at
yeah.
it. It's more of a question of who's just better.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be Kings Row. Instead, it's going to be the other stage that we know a lot about, Eichenwald, that has really become the Kings Row 2.0 in this Overwatch 2 meta that is playing out in this fall season.
I mean, it's just it's something about the way these players like this map. It is. And there's obviously something that they like about it, right? We've seen it so much and so often, and we're times where we as casters have been so convinced it's going to be Kings Row. It's what we're so used to. It's what we've seen teams go to time and time again. Kings Row is not standing the test of time right now because we've not seen it that much, at least on desk.
Also, it is October and Halloween is nearing, so Eichenwald, just because, it does have the alternate version for Halloween, Junkenstein's Revenge. It is more thematically appropriate, I suppose.
And it does have a castle in it, so I mean, you can be creative with the Halloween decorations that Eichenwald provides.
And we are jumping into the match. We have got Oakland versus Ferris State. See if Ferris can continue on, look to close this out with a 3-0 sweep.
Already sitting at that 1-0, so not entirely in the deck of cards, but also not out of it. I also really like this time of day. I think they chose the best time of day for this map. It's like golden hour.
That's always nice. I like that.
It's just perfect.
Yeah, it's a shame the prettiest times of days usually only last, 10 to 20 minutes. But during those times,
there's nothing really can beat it here. And as we're about to see what is what here. You see Ferris State on the side of defense while Oakland is on the side of attack. That is sort of natural where you want to be. Oakland got to pick. Ferris got to pick what side they want to be on. Oakland is deciding to sort of stall this out right now.
around the corner, and they actually take a flank route. Oakland University just hopping over past the computer store. Hockey Philly is able to get the first picks. Sigma is next crawl to be able to get the pick on the Pickle Piglet. Meanwhile, you've got Kavushki, who's gone on to the Ash, can rain down a bunch of damage with the dynamite from above, but has to get on out of there. Uses the coach gun to escape, but they're still chasing after. They want this full stagger, and they get it onto Kavushki.
They were unrelenting in that, which is why not go for that? There's no reason to sit on payload. And honestly, this is also the secondary objective they're going for here. Even though points being pushed, they want to secure this high ground, because pushing this choke point while the defense has this high ground is so difficult. So it's very important. We've seen it be a strat for a pretty long time. They're going to give it up and go ahead and go for the low ground here and regroup back on point. They could be going for a devilish little play here, but they're making good progress at the point here. Nobody's really dropped to contest yet.
With the swap by Kavushki over to the Sojourn, we have a full mirror match ahead of us. Gravitic now online for Crawl. He moves in to use it. That's going to force out Immortality probably, but it's Carbon still manages to get Duwali. It's traded back. Carbon is going to be taken out by Chance. Now both Sigmas battling it out, but with help from the May, Crawl is able to pick off Chance. Aerospace also helps in the cleanup effort, getting rid of Axe, and Oakland is just going fast and furious with their push, almost to the checkpoint.
Feeling better.
Getting pretty close here. Fair State will 100% be able to get a contest here as long as nothing goes wrong. Chance is looking to get into that fight here. We are going to see Pickle Piglet get onto point contest while also using Blizzard. The wall is going to allow Aerospace to kind of get away and using Mortality, get the counter pick. Crawl gets one as well, and the kill feed gets a second. And this is looking like they're a cap point in just about sub 4 minutes. Oh, that was nasty.
The icicle right towards Axe in mid-air. Now we are into the castle, and Fair State having trouble on defense. I'm wondering, maybe you're in some enclosed spaces. Might be the chance to. I'm seeing the Junker Queen, but I'm thinking more of the other hero that has junk in their name that you could possibly bring out here. But any excuse, I like to see my favorite hero, I'm going to bring out. Meanwhile, we have the Gravitic is able to get some of Oakland. The freeze goes on to Ferris State. A bunch of them got caught up in the blizzard. They're all wiped, and Oakland in record time is making their way toward the end.
Well, we know why they picked this map now.
Yes, now we know. Well, sure. It's the understatement of the century, but sure.
We know why they picked it now. They get it in 4 minutes and 23 seconds, while also picking up a double at the very end of it. Lordy.
Okay, Oakland really proven to the why not only why they wanted to play on this stage, but also why they're 6-1 for the season.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely no doubt about it. They knew exactly what they were doing, the game plan they're going into it, and it just seemed like a different team. I mean, granted, last match, it may not have been their choice of map. They may have been feeling off. There could be 1,000 different reasons here. We're actually going to get bit of a peek at one of my favorite Easter eggs this map has to hold, but now we get to see them in a really, really prime state where they're hitting shots, they're hitting their ultimates, they're playing super effectively, and everything ends up working out for them, and they get 3 points in 4 minutes and 23 seconds left. So Ferris State definitely has a sort of certain expectation to meet here.
I've been talking so much about where Fair State has come from in the East 1, but in case anyone is curious as to Oakland's background, they came out of the West Central 1 division. Team to qualify outright from that division, undefeated, was Boise State. The team that is entering the last chance qualifier from the same division alongside Oakland is Mizzou with a 4-2 record. And so Mizzou is a tough team. They're not a team to be taken lightly. So.
We should on broadcast.
So Oakland has gone up against them. So they've had some tough practice as well. Now Ferris State goes on their attack. Just how fast can they take this? They gotta beat that blistering time that Oakland set forward. Wall's gonna go up, and Pickle gets taken out by Krull, starting things out. Immortality Field goes down to help Oakland survive. Jax gets a pick onto Kavushki. Frothy follows it up, and this will have to be a reset, which in this case already puts Ferris State off the pace that Oakland set.
They happened so fast. I do remember Oakland doing that bit of a stutter step at the beginning of the round, which may have been planned, may have been a bit of
Engaging enemy forces.
technical mishap at the start of the round. Who entirely knows? But I'm gonna chalk it down to it was planned. They stutter stepped intentionally here. But yeah, now they're gonna try that TP plan again. The walls are gonna go out. Duali is gonna get aerospace here, so that's already a support gone for. There's a second pick by Kavushki onto Froth. That goes a pretty integral part of the composition they've got going on here. They're gonna start capping point, get a second, and this is going to be Oakland just pretty much full disengaging here. Gonna allow the point, but they are gonna fight here in this corridor and not let Ferris State get up to the high ground like they were able to do pretty early on.
Not ready
into
to
this capture
overclock
point.
just yet.
Castle Gate gonna slowly open, and Oakland making space for themselves, already pushing in toward Ferris.
Oh, no. Gonna get away with a sliver of health. I do like that plan there. The TP went out. They looked to get behind Oakland, but Oakland just, no, we're gonna reverse the roles a little bit here, go back to attack.
Krull takes out Axe, beat expended by Jax. Duali's going to use his in response. Now Chance uses Rampage, gets an anti onto Krull. He's very low on health, able to survive with his abilities. Still hurting a bit. Now he's all healed up, and the window is slammed down by Oakland. Goes right through Ferris State, keeps them at bay.
Pickle Piglet's got to be a little upset there that entire time. Krull was not looking at them. And they just kept left clicking their way to almost victory, but Krull was able to get out the very last second here. Overclock, Blizzard are going to be available for that of Oakland. The Particle Barrier, Blizzard, and Window are going to be available for the side of Ferris State, so if they play the cards right, they're going to be able to use it effectively here. Blizzard goes out, not going to find an elimination though. Kavushi's going to find one. Frothier is going to find the trade back on the same. And just the kill feed gets lit up with red and blue.
Well, in a game where the teams are labeled red and blue, that is sure to happen at some point or another, but Ferris State, hard-won victory, claims back the payload. It's going to slowly make their way over to the bridge. I always like when we got a few bottomless pits in the equation. No one is sitting on their ultimates, the one exception being Carbon, who can pop off already, uses the overclock. Now we'll see what he can hit. Chance goes down low on health, moves back to his supports. They're going to change up their routing and move through the castle, go up to the high ground and take Oakland University, from upstairs. And Carbon lands the railgun shot right onto Axe. Puts the Golden Grizzlies up to a 5-4 advantage. It's also taking a lot of damage. It seems like Ferris State, yeah, that one pick makes them a bit indecisive of what route they want to go. They're going to take the full flank around, try to take Oakland from behind. The call goes out from Frothy. So the team is now focusing on that doorway.
Flux might be able to find Chance, is going to be able to indeed do it. Immortality taken out as well. Going to force out Icebox on both opposing maze. There goes down Pickle Piglet. Axe is going to voluntarily jump down the hole, get a bit of a reset here. In Ferris State, something that didn't happen to Oakland right here, getting stalled out. Minute 40 on the clock. By the time they re-engage, there goes out Wall. Going to put a bit of a stop of Chance's advance there. Go back and reposition. They are going to have basically five ultimates available for them into this next fight. given a little bit of them will take some time. They see the TP, they're going to reposition it back to where they're expecting it. They predict it correctly. There goes out Blizzard. Beat gets used as well. Both Blizzards get used. Both Beats get used as well. Immortalities get traded out. There goes out Charge, and that's a lot of Oakland University health bars that are purple, but they're going to recover and not find too much advantage from it. In fact, they're going to find very little but one pick.
Meanwhile, all this time, Pickle Piglet has managed to get the payload away. There goes the headphones off. Oh boy, how tragic. Ferris State now sub 1 minute in Oakland. Managing to hold them. They're gonna bring out a wrecking ball and spin to win. You better be careful with that hook on this bridge here. Don't fall off the edge. Gravitic brought out by Kral. Rothy has gone over to the Sombra. We were talking at the very beginning that Sombra is legal again. Gets the hack, and I would say the wrecking ball goes off the edge. I warned you, Chance. I warned you. And Oakland still manages to hold at the checkpoint unless this Lucio can buy enough time. Oh boy.
Be able to get a touch here, getting some bit of damage in, gonna have to bail out, get some healing. Now gonna go around here. See a bit of a split take. There goes out the Som trying to get a pick here. Goes very low. Trace is gonna have to recall out. That's recall used. Does have pulse bomb, throws it out, is gonna find anything. Chance also seemingly goes off the map as well. Froth is going to pick up 2 here. Carbon to follow up. That's going to be Oakland University in a pretty shocking fashion. Not only take not 2 very quickly on their attacking side, but defend it extraordinarily well against a 5-minute timer.
We're be going to a game 4 at least, and it is going to be Frothy who actually takes play of the game. Brings Sombra back to the mix in style. That's a triple. Now, there's kind of a silver cloud to everything, and that's that, and that is that overall, Ferris State does have choice of stage. Problem is, on any other game mode, that could lead to some interesting choices. This is not that game mode. It's Flashpoint, and already they put up Servasta. So
yeah, it's definitely going to be something that they already put it up. There's really no discussion for it. It's just
And so it's pretty safe to assume that both these teams will have ample practice on this stage. It's basically been the go-to. I mean, with New Junk City, it's like first impressions are everything, and considering the fact that the very first point on New Junk City, the team who claims it has to fight from in a pit, and the other team has high ground advantage over them, it's just not a good taste to start things out. So everyone's really kind of gone over to Servasta instead.
Yeah, and it's starting to feel like a situation in a game where this is going to feel like it's going to get dragged out to those 5 points simply because it's what each team feels comfortable with in terms of map pick here. I will say Flashpoint is also one of those maps where we're getting to that King's Row point where every team is so used to versing and playing on this map that it's not going to go to that sort of statement I made of its team preference from what we saw on Arctic and then Eichenwald. So this could be the map where it can decide, honestly, who wins in a 3-1 fashion, if that's even where it's going to end up going. But yeah, fighting that first point, like already said in this chair beforehand, the team that fights on first point in it is going to be the losing team.
I'm just caught in a little bit of a trance. I mean, the background on this stage is so beautiful. It really is enough to just kind of reset everything. But these teams aren't going to be appreciating that too much. They have got more pertinent matters to focus on. We head down to the stage, and it was a little bit interesting on the last Flashpoint because we saw Shenandoah, I think it was Shenandoah. No, it wasn't. One of the teams forgone the Lucio. That led to some really awkward rotations between these spread out points. I don't know if any of these teams are going to be going the same route.
Initial flash.
I'll get confirmation in a nanosecond. Nope, they've gone with the Lucio. Both teams, yeah, they're going with, they're not going to make the same mistake as last time.
Yeah, they're sticking to their pretty much tried and trues that we've seen from the side of both these teams this entire time. Oakland is going to opt to the high ground. It's going to pay off in dividends for them as they're going to find Axe, and that's a support down there. That flex support, that wall isn't going to stop them from much longer here. They're going to use the speed that they have to their advantage to force Ferris State out of point. They're going to capture very quickly and find a pick on Pickle Piglet. Get point pretty early here, which in my opinion is very important when it comes to these fights.
Oakland looking to make a little bit of space for themselves. Carbon pushed up along with Jax, being his wingman. Around the corner, Ferris State moves as a group. Far away from a lot of their ultimates. Oakland a bit closer. Crawl getting pretty close to his Gravitic. Gonna hear the shout be brought out by Ferris State. Kavushki picks off Carbon. Axe traded in response by Crawl. The rock hits him. Gravitic charged up by Crawl and immediately used, putting Ferris State in a bit of an awkward position. Oakland already has such a huge charge that they'll be able to get the first flashpoint.
And honestly, this one ult Froth has, I mean, they're not going to be able to get back to get a touch in time, but even if they were able to, Froth kind of has the ability to shut that entirely down with that singular ultimate. They're going to be able to rotate here to the next point.
Coming through.
Going to be left here.
Flashpoint.
This is the one where we didn't really see fights on the point. We see fights around the point, particularly on this high ground. Taking this fight here. Here goes out Blizzard as well. Beat gets used for it as well, but as a Artemis Rain in this seat would say, you don't beat a Blizzard. And honestly, it worked out for them because Kavushi gets two. Crawl's gonna get a trade though. Kavushi might do a little bit of roundabout to get point. Nope, is he gonna be able to do it? Pickle Piglet goes down and is just gonna opt to leave this bad situation.
Feeling better.
Flashpoint claimed by Oakland again. I should say that Palace is one of my favorite flashpoints on Servasta. Love the chaos that can happen in these side rooms. There is no Bastion today facing the artillery close range players, which makes me sort of sad.
Yeah, this is the one spot where Bastion's ultimate can be very effective here. It really doesn't matter. Gerardo's going to pick one card. He's going to get the trade, though. Now on this flank route, had the opportunity. He's going to miss the shot. Get hits for a second. That could be the finishing blow. Going to find it there. Rock to the face. Carbon picks up a two-piece. Now a three-piece. Might be playing the game. Might not. But now Oakland University is sitting at 60% and climbing very fast. Ferris State only has time for one more fight here. But they are going to have 3 ultimates available to them. For Oakland University will have the day.
Nice wall to get Crawl all by himself. He manages to survive. The eliminations start piling up. Axe and Chance eliminated. And second flashpoint pretty much claimed by Oakland. Will go to the third.
Next flashpoint. Temple.
I mean, they didn't go for the touch here, but I understand the uncertainty of where the next point's going to go. But if Ferris State doesn't get to this point, I mean, they're about to get to the same time here, so realistically, you lost a lot of the advantage here, and Oakland University is going to be able to cut you off before you get to the point. And might go for a bit of a wraparound. Nope, they're not going to go for it, though, but Flux is used, might take out Chance, is gonna find it. There goes out Rock, Pickle Piglet, and off the map they go.
This ends now.
I love to see it. Jax uses the beat, and so does Ferris State just to keep Kavushki alive.
Oh.
And, well, hey, you know what? Put your faith in him. He pulls through. Kavushki gets a double, taking out Jackson Crawl, and Ferris State needs this flashpoint to keep the game going.
This is the first flashpoint that Ferris State has gotten to first. So now everyone's going to be able to reset a bit faster, get set up, and now it's going to take that little bit more extra energy for Oakland University to fly the Bulldogs out of their set positions here. As Kabushi now is high ground here, and if well trained enough, might find a headshot. Not going to find it right now. That charge is going to go back down to point. There goes that window. Flux is used as well with Blizzard on the other side of it. Immortality was pretty well placed. Not going to be able to save Axe though, but Kabushi and Duali are going to answer back with 2.
Fair State crosses 75. Problem for Oakland is
Oh,
besides Carbon. Well, no, I take that back. They'll have 2 ultimates be ready for them. Jax gets a pick onto Pickle Piglet. Oh, but he runs right into Kavushki on the flank. It is not a good route to take if you're in Kavushki's path. Carbon now fighting back. Could be a battle of the Sojourns. Let's see who wins. He's got to take out teammates. Lands the shot on Carbon in midair, but Frothy is there as backup to steal the point away from Ferris State at 99.
what a scrappy fight to the very end of it, and I love to see it here. Oakland University only needs this one last point, then they get 3, and now all of a sudden it's 2-1 in the series here. But Ferris is sitting at 9-9, so they can take a little bit of their time here to approach this fight how they want it. They do got a bit of ultimates. They're going to have beat available. They'll probably have overclock going for it. But Oakland University's got flux and might have beat depending how effective Drax is here at getting it. Go for a bit of a rotate around. Oakland University does see it and goes to the counter.
Rocky puts Oakland to a 5-4 advantage. Gravitic used, that's going to excuse the Immortality Fear. It got taken out by Aerospace while they were on midair. Kavushki thrown off the edge. Things are now looking dire for Ferris State. They have to win this team fight. They're going to swap over to the Wrecking Ball so that they can make it to the point in time.
Just the entire team swap here to try and make up ground and go for characters that can traverse this terrain very quickly here. Chansey's extremely low. Immediately goes down. They are going to get the touch though here. Beat gets used. Blizzard's available if they choose it to. It is going to be used. Axe TPs into the fight and try and support the last remaining of the teammates. Not going to be able to do it, and that is Oakland University now 2-1 in the series on a map that wasn't there.
Again, it's Flashpoint, okay? Even if you don't have a pick, you can mostly guess where you're going to play.
Yeah.
Kavushki's going to get the nod of play of the game, but it wasn't enough.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't enough to simply carry it out, and that's just sort of the it's just the territory that it comes with. You can play really, really well, but sometimes just another team is better than you at a map.
Now, Ferris State, once again, has choice of stage, and on push, there are some options now that they can bring in.
Yeah.
So they could bring in, we saw the pick New Queen Street last time, Coliseo, or we could just go to Esperanza, which is kind of the standard go-to push map, but it's not as dominant as, of a choice as some of the other modes.
Yeah, and this is like sort of, we talked about it before we went to Flash, after we came out of Flash, that it's not that important. It's kind of that same Kings Row vibe everyone's used to, but now we get into that point of, like you said, this map matters. This map matters not only in the chance for Ferris State of not losing the series, but also they can pick something they're extremely effective at, and they can end up blowing Oakland University out of the water here, but we're seeing a different beast from Oakland University right now. They're on a 2-series game win streak, and if Ferris State lets that momentum keep swinging, they can find themselves with that rug swept from out underneath them.
And just how Ferris State would like it to play out. They're entering as the underdogs with a 5-2 record. And nothing too creative here. We will get the confirmation that it will be Esperanza.
Yeah, this is actually, I think for every time I've been on broadcast, not only, we haven't seen push a whole lot, to be honest. So for most of it, it's been some pretty clean 3-0s, but we've also seen Coliseo a lot in push. So I think this is only my second or third time seeing Esperanza on broadcast. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see what Ferris State is going to bring out as well, because they were very dominant on what I'm going to assume was their map pick on Dark.
Here we go. Oakland University versus Ferris State. Oakland at their match point. Will they claim it and move on to the playoffs? We'll have to see. I mean, I'm still happy. I'm still happy that we get to see Esperanza. I mean, first off, the stage, the setting itself is just nice.
The real question is, will we see Kavushki return to tried and true?
Does he go over to the Reaper? It could be a possibility.
It's a possibility. I honestly wouldn't count it completely out for Esperanza to push.
Of course, I am just still more than happy that we went on to Esperanza for one very specific reason, and we can see for everyone right here on the screen right now. Oh, you love to see it. That's food for the soul right there.
It would be interesting if they made it, if you're able to go inside. And if the windows were not there and you had this like weird head glitch spot, I think it'd be a horrible
I'm just
gameplay wise,
wondering-
but I think it'd be great.
Why do they still have the rails if everything hovers? That's the main question I have.
That is true. That is
That's just going to have to be an unanswered question for right now as we head toward the robot. And we're seeing a bit of variety now. Chance is on the Wrecking Ball, whereas Kavushki and Pickle Piglet have gone over to the Echo and the Tracer, respectively. Ooh, but okay. Carbon getting pushed right off the edge. Has the Immortality Field expended to keep him alive, but Kavushki focuses him down. And Ferris State is playing with a frenzy. They want this to go all the way to Game 5.
grab me till the end. Something of what we saw at that last flashpoint continuing over here. But even though we saw Ferris State come out with an explosive start to that fight, it's going to be Oakland. The Golden Bears are going to pull out a bit ahead here. Get the barricade first and get the lead effectively. Still sticking with this bit of dive here.
Wrecking Ball heads in. Trying to get away, not doing really too much damage. Now he's back in form, but the rock hits him and he's deleted. Carbon waiting on the railgun shot used in combination with the accretion. Going under the bridge. Green University 20 meters in. Very close on a good amount of their ultimates. Pickle Piglet is also sitting on the precipice of this pulse bomb. Slam down by Chance. Pulse bomb expended by Pickle Piglet. Does it pick anyone up? It doesn't.
There
He moves
it
up
is.
to the high ground, focuses down Jax. While he was doing that, Crawl got the pick onto Pickle Piglet. And Chance is hurting a bit for health as well. Oakland University, everything's contested, but they have some ultimates to use. Kavushki gets rid of Crawl. Frothy Philly also got him.
Yeah, Echo is going to be such an effective DPS here, though. Struggling a bit with Akiri. Going to eventually get it, though, with the help of Chance. And really, that's what this team competition was waiting for, was just to find those picks they really need. I mean, I guess effectively every team comp just waits for that, but this one's really going to strive off momentum and timing. And as long as Ferris State keeps that up, and we don't see any pretty harsh dive counter picks inside of Oakland, they could keep this going and eventually take the lead.
Oh, Juwali eliminated by Crawl, and Kavushki also bites the dust. Pickle Piglet eliminated. They're now looking to clean up by taking out Rico. They will get that as well and force Chance to just run back to spawn. All right, this is pretty scrappy. No team has claimed the forward spawn yet. This is very competitive in midsection.
Oakland also has 4 ultimates to their name right now, whereas Ferris State will only have 2 available to them. But copy and beat can be very destructive ults. It's just all about how they use them. And if they honestly use them first and catch Oakland University off guard here, going to see the Bulldogs use the Blizzard here. It's not going to find anybody, though. Beat was using Response. Here is Overclock, looking to find a pick. There's forward spawn, claimed.
Kavushki uses the copy on Frothy, but gets taken out before they can charge up the Blizzard. Craw gets a double. And I think it's the tank diff that's really coming into play for Oakland. They claim the forward spawn and now move on.
Yeah, Crawl and Carbon are being such playmakers right now, and we see them so repeatedly in the kill feed. And just, it makes sense, because when you go to their POV, they're hitting the shots, which is so important here. And this team is not being broken up very easily by this dive that we're seeing from Ferris State, as they have a massive lead over the Bulldogs right now. Flux is going to be used. There goes out Chance's ultimate. Carla's gonna find one onto Axe. There's the second pick up by Pickle Piglet. Carla's gonna find a Kabushki. There's a very low Wrecking Ball trying to get away, but those shots bounce. No cover is gonna save you from there, and a rock just barely missing. Duval is gonna be able to escape. What is now separated from the team.
And just as I was about to say, I think there needs to be a change in the tanks. We do see the swap over to Sig because, yeah, that Wrecking Ball just hasn't really been able to do anything. Axe has also gone over to the Ana. And that support. Pickle Piglet looking for the flank, throws out the pulse bomb, finds one onto Aerospace. Now going into the back row again, but Beat will be used in counter to that, as well as Kitsune Rush. Oakland gets 2, Ferris State down to 3. Pickle Piglet now getting focused on, has to recall all out of there. Rothy Philly gets Axe. We're close to the home stretch. Oakland close to claiming it and ending this fight at 3-1.
But this is where this fight's going to be so hard, because more than anything, spawn advantage is in Ferris State advantage right now. But honestly, it doesn't matter, because we haven't seen a Golden Bear go down in quite some time here, as Brawley is just cleaning up this team. Love to see the stats at the end of this though, but it doesn't really matter. Bit of a team wipe. There goes out another tank change. Flux goes up, and there's the final point going to Oakland University, and they are going to claim match point here, 3-1.
Nice job by the Golden Grizzlies, but it isn't quite over for Ferris State. There's still round 2 of the LCQ to go.
Yeah, like I sort of said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's not really over until it's over, and that's what LCQ number 2 allows you to do, is have a second chance. But you could end up seeing some tough teams down there as well, so you've got to come prepared, because then now it's really the last chance. Congratulations
to Oakland University, wins that one 3-1. But you can only believe it, we're only halfway through the lineup tonight. We still have more matches to get to, and of course, post-game content as well. We usually have an interview for you, so stick around. We're gonna take a short break and then wrap up the second match with our post-game discussion, and then move on to match 3. Couple minutes, we will be right back.
Flashpoint is also one of those maps where we're getting to that King's Row point, where every team is so used to versing and playing on this map that Artemis Rain in this seat would say you don't beat a Blizzard. And honestly, it worked out for them, because Kabushi gets 2. Crawl's gonna get a trade though, and we don't see any pretty harsh dive counter picks inside of Oakland. They could keep this going and eventually take the lead.
Oh, Duwali eliminated by Crawl, and Kabushki also bites the dust. Pickle Piglet eliminated. They're now looking to clean up by taking out Grieco. They will. Gravitic brought out by Crawl. Rothy has gone over to the Sombra. We were talking at the very beginning that Sombra is legal again. Gets the hack, and I would say the Wrecking Ball goes off the edge. I warned you, Chance. I warned you. And Oakland still manages to hold.
Take you to court to prove you're wrong.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. Well, Ferris State now going in for a chance to retake walls, going to be thrown up on them. Carbon brings out the overclock. Pickle Piglet uses the Blizzard in response, but no one from Oakland, it looked like, got frozen. They bring out the Gravitic. How many did they get? They got Chance. The tank is down for Ferris State, but
where Bastion's ultimate can be very effective here. It really doesn't matter. Dorada's going to pick one. Carbon's going to get the trade, though. Now on this flank route, had the opportunity. He's going to miss the shot. Get hit with a second. That could be the finishing blow. Going to find it there. Rock to the face. Carbon picks up a 2-piece. Now a 3-piece. Might be playing the game.
Breathe in
may increase feelings of stress.
Yet some vape companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air. Breathe.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We are here with one of the Golden Grizzlies who just won their LCQ match, Crawl, the tank player. We're glad to have him with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello. By the way, it's pronounced Crowley, not Crawl.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Okay.
bad. We want to get, though, to the first question, which was you had a little bit of kind of a rough start on Antarctica. Can you take us a little bit through that and how your team rebounded going in to hybrid?
Yeah, so the Queen comp caught us off guard on that map specifically. You can just run over Sigma comp there if we don't play properly. But we realized on the other maps, like if we just play our game, play Sigma there, it'll work, you know. We can play slower on those maps. That's about it.
So I think on the flip side of that, of what made you all so effective on the next 3 maps, even though you still continue to see the JQ a little bit there.
Those maps are just way better for our composition because we can play distance compared to like a Koth map that's a lot of like close quarter fights, and we know that like we just need to play to our strengths. We were kind of choking in the beginning, you know, it was like a little warm up map.
So, should things ultimately work out well and we go on to final season, what's the plan over the next few weeks? Because the teams that have already qualified, Fisher, Maryville, St. Clair, all very formidable teams. So, what's on the docket for the next few weeks to prepare?
You know, we just gotta lock in these next few weeks in scrims, figure out some strats to beat them. It's gonna be tough. There's really good teams, but we can maybe pull off some wins against them.
All right, we wish you the best of luck in that endeavor, but congrats on your win here tonight.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for our second match, but we have got another last chance qualifier match ready for you. Kennesaw State versus George Mason is on deck. We'll take a short break and be back with that, so don't go away. Got a lot more Overwatch coming after this. by Colin Majunkin, and apparently this overall the overall theme of tonight, where one team is second place, the other is third place in their division. We kind of have the favorite and then the underdog.
Yep. Yeah, which is sort of the same story happening here, where statistically, in my mind, Kennesaw State's the one that's a little more stacked up to go the further distance. They have the better record, rank-wise. You can go dive into those players' ranks, etc. They are in the higher division as well, E4 to E5. So statistically, numbers-wise, on paper, Kennesaw State is a little more stacked up to catch this W. But George Mason is a team that has a solid record.
George Mason is very close in terms of ranking to Kennesaw State, but they also just have a little bit of a differential in terms of players. But let's take a look at how we got here and the overall schedule that we had. Starting out with Shenandoah versus Kentucky, that one ended in a tech pause 2-1. We'll get you updates on who won that as soon as we get them. Oakland University then fell out against Ferris State. Oakland won that one 3-1, so now we go on to Kennesaw versus George Mason. Then after that, we'll swap over to the Varsity Open division, where they are actually finishing up their regular season. It's the last week of competition for them, so we'll see British Columbia go up against San Jose State.
Definitely match. Looking forward to this one and the next one, especially the last one. A little bit of change of pace, a little bit of change of who's playing where and what, which may not seem like too big of a thing. But right now, in the moment, we have Kennesaw State versus George Mason. More than likely going to get a look at these rosters to see exactly who is playing in today's matchup.
Kennesaw State, the Owls, were in the same division that Brian Stratton and Drexel were in. Brian Stratton was the one who naturally qualified for the playoffs, whereas Drexel is currently in, George Mason was in the same division as Drexel and BSC, my mistake. Kennesaw State, though, was the team entering with a 6-1 record. It's just the teams that have qualified have 7-0 records and are undefeated. So
yeah.
Still a pretty stacked roster, and we're going to see that roster right now. We have Kezin, Clash, Prototyper, Kamsky, and Kablooey.
Outside of George Mason, we got Matthew, Beanstealer. That third one, I'm gonna take a crack at it. Mirrors? Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna attempt that. I'm not even attempt that. Yuck and Ivy Inks.
I think Misar. Misar is probably a good.
Misar, yeah. That's the one. That's the one we'll stick with for the series.
Kennesaw State is the only unfortunate thing I got to say is we don't have Kennesaw State going up against Ferris State, because then we'd have Kablooey versus Kavushki. But maybe it's great that we can't have, because if we had that matchup, the universe probably wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Yeah,
so.
it would implode on itself, and quite honestly, we probably, or the studio might be the first fallout section where that'll happen. So I'm a little cross fingers that doesn't ever happen. But also, could be a matchup for the ages. But once again, we're going to be watching these two teams and looking at the first map on Control. It is Antarctic again. We saw this in our last series. We're going to see it again.
Antarctica was the one stage where Ferris State caught Oakland a little bit off guard. Is able to make it to at least a 4-game series. We'll see if that trend continues. We're ready to head right in. Kennesaw versus George Mason. Getting on down to the field. You can see all the various stages for the Antarctica. Last time we started out in the caverns. We haven't seen any team pay their due respects to the Penguins yet, of which I'm very disappointed in that. That's just bad juju if you don't do that.
I would like to see the statistic of that, of how, the statistical analysis that of the teams that pay their tributes to the Penguin Overlords. What, how far are their chances?
See, there you go. There.
W. Maybe this is the game we see a 3-0 on either side. Whoever's on this right side, I'm favoring you automatically.
It's good to know production has paid their respects at least.
One.
All right, we're off to the races. The Owls versus the Patriots.
Look alive out there.
Kennesaw State in blue, George Mason in red, and we're seeing the Bastion be brought out for the first time tonight, George Mason, but that has been a go-to pick in the last few weeks. So see how well that can do. Well, Kennesaw State, they're going to be bringing out the Genji, and I'm very curious about that as well.
Ooh, was trying to catch the support off guard here. We do have a Genji and a Lucio diving into the back. Not gonna find too much yet. There's the immediate value. Matthews, however, they're going to get a trade on the opposing tank. Ken's is gonna pick up Yuck though. That's a pretty big piece of the DPS gone. Matthew now trying to stick in the fight. It's gonna find one, looking for a second. Has more help than this Lucio, but this Lucio could be evasive and has the help of a Genji here. Gonna have to use hands. Get a bit of refuel here, just waiting for somebody to come and help. But unfortunately, there's nobody to answer the call, and Matthew goes down, and that is Kennesaw State taking first point.
That's a bit rough for the Patriots as well, because just as the team was getting back to the point to back up their tank, he went down, so that's a pretty hefty stagger they have to deal with. Right now, they just have to settle for taking some long-range shots. Their tank is back. They go pushing inwards. Wall off to try to get their Sigma. They are able to peel Prototyper away from his team and mow him down with the window and the bastion. That's so much damage going through.
Even though Yuck goes down through the deflect, which was very quickly, because that's damage like twice back to you, so it's a little bit dangerous there. Bit of just outside the normal warfare here. We do see Clash going around the outside here. Maybe trying to find somebody off guard. Goes to the overclock. Gets one shot. There's Immortality committed. Gets the BAP. Now looking to finish up on Yuck. Gonna go through.
Oh my goodness.
Put it on the clinic for us.
And just like that, George Mason is wiped out completely. Kennesaw State gets the point back for themselves. Great use of the ultimate. Good news here is that even if George Mason starts this out with the Gravitic, Kennesaw State has just what they need to be able to negate that. Should be Gravitic, then beat. Very clear pattern. Window's going to be dropped first by the Owls. May so low, manages to hang on. George Mason, there it goes. Gravitic and then beat. Kennesaw State, though, still gets taken out. Wall is going to split Kennesaw State up as George Mason moves in, take a point back for themselves. They get everybody from the Owls. The Owls just probably need one more team fight victory to take it back and claim it. George Mason holds it.
Patriots right now at that 40% here compared to Kennesaw State's 76. Once again, still quite a bit of fights here. Artillery is going to be used as well, but Clash is going to find May. Able to dash out of there from Ken's. Still holding on to the point here. We're going to start seeing the contest come through. The window gets used. Ken's trying to sneak around. Going to get BAP. Going to get the dash and get the reset there, but gets taken out. 2-to-1 trade. Kennesaw State currently has the advantage right now as they're going to find one more, and they're going to take back the point and get a bit of a healthy stagger here on the tank. Flash is back up.
Good to see you.
Ball goes up. Lizard placed down. Bean gets the first kick onto Prototype. Without their tank, this is going to be a tricky hold. Swap over to the Winston for Matthew. Kennesaw State does have a good number of ultimates, however. They got to play around George Mason's beat, but they have just enough time to regroup, and then they'll have so much that they can use to take the point back.
Yeah, I like that choice so much more. Instead of opting for a fight that was pretty much a losing one, your position wasn't great, you lost your tank. I really like this op. If we have the time and we have the ultimates to do this, you can bait out the beat with one, followed by a second here. Here goes out Blade, most likely going to be countered. There goes the beat in response here. Still targeting Yuck. Is going to get a lot of damage off. Beat out Wheels. There goes Flux. Going to find a second here. The alternate fire from Genji is going to find the Lucio. And there goes down the last of the Patriots defender.
Beautiful timing by Prototyper, because It's always tempting to just, hit all the Qs, and we use all our ultimates at once. We got to win, but that beat was in play from George Mason, so Prototyper waited very specifically. You can see it right here in this replay. All the other ultimates are used. Beat goes down, and then once it wears off, Gravitic is, and that immediately helps pick up the Mei. Makes the fight a sure done deal for Kennesaw State. Nice staggering of the ults.
And that's that win condition that this team clearly, showed that they understood what they needed to do. There was a clear and purpose, intentful decision to put Kens in a position behind the enemy team, pop Blade, whether they knew Beat was there or not. Most likely they were ult tracking, so they knew Beat was there. They had a clear understanding of their win condition and used it effectively to get first point. And we're going to be looking for that same repeat from Kennesaw State and to see if George Mason has an answer.
Mortality field eliminated by the Patriots. Moving in, we got a Genji trying to flank him from behind. And doesn't pick up anybody, however. Kennesaw State through positioning. Tries to get the point first. They got a good number of charge on it. Clash eliminates Lucio.
Duck here under a bit of pressure. He's able to dodge a bit of the damage applied, and the pressure gets reversed. Kablooey is going to go down, but get traded out pretty quickly here. He is back on the fight, but quickly taken out, and Prototyper is going to be taking down 2. Now the Owls control the point, going to be slowly climbing, but it's only the start of the fight here. Kennesaw State will have access to 2 ults, which will be pretty deadly to them, but so will George Mason. Putting up a choke point here. They damage the wall. Could find Prototyper a bit out of position. Immortality was used, but it's taken out so quickly. And there's Blade. Going to be getting a bit of a health back. Has to back off. Completely used up Blade's cooldown. That's an ultimate negated, but currently even numbers right now. Actually, no, down 1.
Double picked up by the Mei. Point goes over to the Patriots. They have a whole bunch of ults they can use as well. 4 of the 5 all charged up. Swapped by Kezan over to the Mei.
This is the time for George Mason to really hold this out. If they manage to use these ults effectively and first, to get a lot of value out of it. There's the window, there's the first. The wall to counter a wall effectively saves the tank as well as Immortality. That's a good amount of cooldowns gone though. That Mei gets taken out around the corner. Ibinks is just dishing out the damage right now. They're gonna take a bit of space here. Flash is gonna get the trade pick though. Blizzard is available if they encroach anymore. It's used. Prototyper could be going down, but there's Immortality used behind cover. Could effectively save, and there's the beat. Slightly delayed to keep this team in the fight.
Gravitic used by Kennesaw State as soon as it's charged, but it's not enough. George Mason just puts down the Immortality field, is able to negate that. Matthew taking a whole bunch of damage, though, by Prototyper, but he'll pay for it by trading himself. There's still just too many Patriots left on the point for the Owls to take it back, so they'll have to wait for another team fight.
And that was just such a prolonged fight, too. Like, these tanks are effectively going to get back at the same time, unless I think hopefully one of the Lucios comes back and taxis, especially for Kennesaw State here, because they're running out of time now. At that 80% here, we are getting into last fight territory effectively, as the Patriots still hold this high ground here, and they're going to have access to 3 to effectively 4 ults. Well, Kennesaw State will have something of a similar. Lux is out. We're going to find any immediate picks, though. Window was used as well. A lot of the damage is going to be absorbed, and still so late into this team fight. Yuck is going to find 1, though.
George Mason up to a 1 advantage. Kez will try to bring it back with the Blizzard. He gets taken out instead. Got a very nice Sojourn popping off for George Mason, but gets taken out by Kablooey, who in turn is traded. And there's 3 Patriots left on the point. So we will take this all the way to the 3rd stage. Off into the caves we go to decide who will get the first round.
The sustain by George Mason was really brilliant here. So you can really get the dive onto the high ground here, effectively taking out the BAP. Even though they were split, they were working as a team most of the time, or willing to peel, and just they got the eliminations when it mattered. But I am expecting George Mason. I saw them use Bastion into that first point, and I'm expecting to see Bastion again onto this third and final point in control.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Off we go. This was the one that we started it out on a little bit earlier tonight. And it'll wrap up Antarctica in game 3. Moving on in, both rocks are going to hit each other. Both these Sigmas are looking to go after each other. A whole bunch of damage being placed onto Prototyper. He'll be able to survive through it. As Kennesaw State is knocked off of the high ground. Kezan is the first one picked up by the Patriots. Trying to bring it back. This Sojourn is going to continue to make the advantage for George Mason even larger, taking it to a 4v3 advantage. He gets taken out by Clash, but George Mason still takes the point.
Yeah, even though you lose effectively the same amount of people, it was done a lot later for the side of the Owls there. And trying to get some poke damage in here. Gets headshot immediately. Has to bring up the deflect to stay alive. Might be looking to get a dive onto this high ground and contest it a bit. Yuck. Gonna get a pick here. Might be finding Kablooey out of position here. Is gonna be able to do that. Prototyper gets walled off. Gonna peel, get Kens. Now switching target to get a Prototyper. Might be going for the BAP. Finds a bit of damage though, but Immortide is gonna be used. Kens guy's gonna be able to get out of there. And just keep their team in the fight. Prototyper's gonna find Yuck. But George Mason back to 4 to this point right now.
Both teams drop their windows. Prototyper using the Gravitic, able to pick up 2 with it. Kennesaw State now focuses on the Lucio. He's gonna be taken out. Mace trying to hold on, but that's not going to last for long. Kennesaw State takes the fight, takes the point back for themselves. Both teams very slowly trickling up and score.
Kennesaw State is going to be able to match George Mason's percentage now and get over it here, as we're going to see Clash warm up to get this ultimate. Overclock is now available. But George Mason will also have the counter, as well as their own overclock, and Blizzard. Blizzard is going to be used as well. Perhaps catch Prototyper in it. They are going to be able to do it, and Mortati gets used as well. Gets taken down. Not going to be able to save Prototyper here. Clash on the overclock, trying to make up for the lost tank here. There is a very low tank on the point here. Could be taken out easily by Clash. Not by Clash, by Kens instead. Kablooey gets a pick as well. And just the rest of George Mason falls. And it's Kennesaw State, the Owls, still holding on to this point though.
They had to spend their last ultimate to do it, but they'll have another one fresh and ready for this fight. Beat available will be very crucial to be able to counter the lift that George Mason has. Just got to make sure he's got to get those final. Okay, he gets it before the lift is expelled. There it goes, but it's not used by Kablooey, so they're going to head down into the ground. There they are. After they slam down, Immortality Field was able to bail out the people in the Gravitic. Kennesaw State fighting back. Kamsky low on health. He's eliminated the first one. Can Kezan even it out? No. Matthew takes out Prototyper. Kablooey's next to follow. George Mason takes back the point for themselves. Versus Kennesaw State hits 99.
Still so much time here. Effectively, depending how fast they get into this, 2 fights is what they could have here. 2 pretty long, drawn-out fights into this. So they have their win condition, ultimately win it all, but they sort of know what they need to go for here. But they're not going to have a whole lot of ultimates available to them. Actually, scratch that. They're going to have 3 into this fight going into it. They just have to build up to them a bit. Flux is available. Sobo window, but window for the side of George Mason gets committed. They're just going to LOS them for the side of the Owls, and Kenzie's just going to realize I need to press the A key a little bit more.
Lift used by Prototyper. He's going to just cryo freeze in it. Chezin gets the punch onto
Whoa.
George Mason. Both their DPS is gone. Clash popping off on the overclock just when the Owls need him. Kennesaw State will take the first stage. A little bit closer than we thought it was going to be. But the Owls now go into lead.
And I'd love to find out whose pick that was in terms of maps and really what were they expecting going into it, because we saw pretty much mirror comps going into that, some slight changes in that single DPS, but yeah, here's the double flex. Gets the rock onto Lucio. That's a pretty good rock. The Owls taking the first point in the series here as we move on to the next. It's gonna be hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Are we keeping the hope alive?
Are we keeping the hope alive? Or
Are we on copium?
Are we keeping the delusion alive, I think is the better. No, I think we got to do what Kentucky did in the first game. I mean, really, you know, when Shenandoah gets the first match, it's really great that, you know, you have a team like Kentucky who is able to bring it back. They have that off pick, and they're able to basically reset the match. So I want to see more off picks. I want to see more Blizzard Worlds be brought into the mix.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with that, especially the Blizzard World pick. I mean, we did get a treat with Paraiso, but Blizzard World would be an absolute treat that I don't think I've ever seen on broadcast, at least for Nace, probably my entire career. But I mean, I'm probably going to see Eichenwald. I feel like that's just how it's going to end up being.
Yeah. I was going there. I was going there with my logic, and you just had to derail it. So thank you very much.
I have to do what I have to do.
Yeah, it's just, you never know what stage is going to be picked, but it's just one of those things. I mean, I do hope we do see something other than Eichenwald or Kings Row, but it's probably just me again, you know, taking one last dose of the coke before I just get my my soul and my dreams crushed right before me.
You know, but honestly, even if we do get something...
Yep. I called it. Oh,
maybe
production took it back.
Maybe, you know, I was just about to say, I would love to see, I'm fine with seeing an Eichenwald or a Kings Row if we see what was as effective play as what we saw last time around, where we saw Oakland be so strong and so dominant on the map. Like, you could just tell that was their pick. They knew what they wanted to do. That entirety of the game, they had it completely under control. So if it ends up being...
Oh,
okay.
What a surprise.
What a surprise, truly. We're going to end up seeing Kings Row as the hybrid going into the deciding 1-1 or 2-1 in favor of Kennesaw State.
All right, here we go. Kennesaw State versus George Mason University. Owls versus the Patriots. Owls currently lead 1-0, looking to win. Kings Row head into the match point.
You know, I feel like we're just such broken records, and it's just the only real way you can describe it. Of just the teams have played it that much, they know exactly what they're doing. But honestly, this is really the map where it comes down to who is the better team.
Yeah,
there is very little expectations or reasons you can be exempt from new map, new character. I'm not used to this. Nope, you should be very used to this. This is pretty much the golden standard we hold most teams to.
Gonna see the Sigma is kept on. Oh, look, the May's still here. That's another great surprise that has completely blown my mind because, yeah, Kings Row, May, never seen that before. Ever.
You can't get too creative. The meta is the meta, and an LCQ, if it was me, I'm not taking any chances. I'm going meta. If this was last patch, you're seeing these...
Shenandoah versus Kentucky. The trailing team took a chance, and it worked out beautifully for them. I don't want to hear that.
It's team to team. That's all I can tell you. You see the Widow, though, for more than just the first couple of seconds of a pick.
Yeah, that is something. We'll see if it works out for the Patriots, but right now this May is doing what she's intended to do, and also this... Man, what is going on with Kennesaw State? Also, the Pharah being brought out without a mercy pocket. This is interesting.
That is, you know, it's a pretty common thing to note. You know, Far is just funny without a Mercy to pocket. You're gonna struggle unless they know how to effectively use this cover and use this sort of central pillar to be really annoying. They could be rather effective, but have a DPS that's going to be able to rather easily target you. Just as we're talking and throwing shade at the far, they're going to find an opening pick, and this could be the reason why Kennesaw State finds the opening and gets one more.
Okay, Kennesaw State a bit unorthodox, but they do manage to take the first point and will unlock the payload.
You at least got a little.
I don't know what's happening. I really don't.
You got a little what you're asking for. At least a little unorthodox pick. It's not entirely uncommon, but come on.
Escort the payload.
Little win.
Gonna take some long-range shots here in streets. Few Widow shots also rain out. Genji trying to take the flank route off to the side. He's already low on health. Barrage online for Kennesaw State. Moves in, trying to line it up. Window expelled by George Mason. Barrage right into the immortality field, and yeah.
That definitely was choice, especially in that corner there too. Everyone's gonna look at you. It's gonna be pretty hard to get that off. Oh, that would have been amazing. Yep, here comes the dive. Widow's gonna back off, get the space back. You're gonna be targeted though and go down. You just get the trade back.
Peasant trying to take out this Lucio, getting into a bit of a duel with him, but Kablooey will be able... Sorry, Mesa actually is going to be able to get away. He uses his feet as George Mason uses their lift. Prototyper eliminated by that Gravitic, so George Mason at a slight advantage to be able to keep the Owls at bay. Still near 4 minutes left for Kennesaw State, so they have plenty of time to get to the checkpoint.
Yeah, which the far ult was purely just to get out of that character. Trading shots here. Trying to the high ground to their biggest advantage that they can. Prototyper diving pretty far deep into this, ignoring the tanks for the quick second. They'll be looking at each other. Immortality gets brought out for the side of the Owls. Kens goes really low. There's more particle damage, and there is the railgun shot that's going to take out Yuck here. Immortality used from the side of George Mason. Gonna go down. Ken's trying to get some damage to the deflect here. Blade is also pretty close to being available though, but it's too low health to use it. Considering they're also at 94 here, but body block isn't gonna work. The deflect into Ken's here. Ken's also saying there's Blade on the opposing side of George Mason.
This is getting, they all get kind of caught up in the pub. They're going to move out of it. Sojourn gets first pick onto Prototyper, trade it back. Blade now expended by the Owls, picks up Matthew. Beanstealer is on the next on the list. George Mason, they're going to be swapping over, bringing out the May instead.
Going back to what was working, you know, may not have worked initially, but now that you don't have the far anymore and you might be a little more comfortable on it.
I'm just going to ignore that firing into the Genji reflex.
It's like shooting into a Zarya bubble in kinetic grasp. You can just do it.
I can't believe my plan didn't work. All right, Kennesaw State using a whole bunch of ultimates, overclock and a window. George Mason is using beat in response to try to cancel out all that damage. Kennesaw State expends their own beat. Kablooey and Kezan get one apiece. Now it's up to a 5v2, and the eliminations keep piling up. Matthew has to go back to spawn. Will they be able to stagger him out? This would be a huge prize if they did. A lot of stagger being placed on, but you got to remember the respawns are so close. He's already down to half health. The team has come back out to even backup. There's still someone pushing the payload, but this is a lot of space gained by Kennesaw State.
And still a pretty healthy amount of time here as well. Just sub 3 minutes here, past that 15-second mark. As we're getting right to it. Trying to be able to contest here, slow it down. There goes that wall, trying to find Prototyper. Barrier goes out, gonna force out. Ice goes well, there's Blade. It's gonna find up 2, plus Immortality. Some more melees. Kablooey is gonna get the finish there. Gonna try to take care of this Lucio. And Kennesaw State doesn't lose a single person while the Patriots lost all the 5 there with a bit of staggers to stack it up, but they have the spawn advantage now, and there's a Winston swap. We did see George Mason pull this out on Antarctica as well.
But he immediately gets taken out by Prototyper. Window being dropped. Can it bring it back for George Mason? No, it can't. They aren't even able to touch the payload, and Kennesaw State gets the full 3 points.
Blizzard was thrown, window was used there. There was a wall to block up a little bit of sideline, but just not able to do it at the end of the day. And 2 minutes and 5 seconds there is pretty good. Not the best we've seen on the side of Kings Row, but is pretty good. And we can tell the Owls are feeling pretty hot right now. They're effectively a pretty brutalizing machine here to face as a team. And now it's just down to how they can perform on the side of defense here. But it's the reason why they picked this side. Now it's the side of the Patriots to go on the attack, and now they know what they got to do to win here. They've got to go 3. They can't do less.
I mean, to be fair, you're pretty much picking defense. I mean,
Yeah.
Although that is... That is the weird thing, though, actually, now that I think about it. Kennesaw State didn't have map choice.
Actually, they are.
And so they actually chose attack instead of defending first, which is not usually the way it goes. You want a defense because if you're feeling confident, you can either full hold them, and then you know what you have to beat.
Yeah.
So,
5,
I don't know, maybe they just want to,
3,
maybe they just want this match to last.
attackers inbound.
I have no idea, but it puts the fire under George Mason.
Yeah, now, you definitely know what you got to go into this map with here.
They're still sticking on this Winston pick. They swapped over to last minute. Kennesaw State going for the long flank around, using the high ground, but they're caught up in theater. The other team isn't able to make it through, and the Genji gets a double. Kennesaw State's going to be stopped right in their tracks, and now awkwardly this team is split up. This Sigma doesn't have a whole lot of support. He's focused down. He has 2 left. The Genji goes in, trying to finish him off. The long way around, split up the team, and now the 2 that have respawned for the Owls, they'd have to go through the choke to be able to use Hotel to get back with their team. We've seen a lot of trades back and forth between Kennesaw State and George Mason. Very odd way for this fight to start. They've sneakily gotten 1 tick on the point, but it's going to be all.
We're just not, even though they got 2 opening picks very quickly, they were not able to capitalize on it fully. They only get the 1 tick though, and Matthew dove into there to try and take care of the Sojourn, got counter dove and went down. There's the dive onto the high ground here, now taking some space control. And not a whole lot of people are going to follow them up there. Prototype is going to find Yuck. There's the dive onto the point here. Prototype is going to find 1 more. Matthew's going to be forced to dive away. Now trying to get some cleanup here, back at that full HP. They still have this support combo that they brought out, which is fairly new, that we had not seen George Mason pull out, this Ana and the Brig. They do have Nano, and they will have Rally available here, so you're not going to see a swap. We're going to see those used. We're going to try to make this work one more time, but they only got sub 2 minutes. There's Flux with the combo of the Nano. Gonna find 2. This could be the opening that the Patriots are looking for.
Problem is they haven't been able to take out the tank. Now Matthew pops. Primal Rage moves on to the point. Oh, but that Brig is taken out by Prototyper, so this Winston doesn't have too much backup and can't do too much on point. Genji's also really hurting for health. He's going to be able to survive, but there's a lot of time being burned off for the Patriots, and they only have 1 tick to show for it.
This is twice now that Binks has found 2 opening picks that George Mason has not been able to follow up on, and it's just fell short. And the picks that they get are on the characters that are able to get back into the fight relatively quickly. faster than most. Ooh, and there's
my
Yacht getting
goodness.
clashed. Now this really could be the difference here if they're able to follow up any more. There's Window and Immortality use as well. Kansas is going to respond with the blade, find one. Purple it as well. Going to pick up a second though, but does go down. But once again, the George Mason team forced to hide a little bit, get into cover. Down to 35 seconds on this clock. They need to win this next fight, or it could be disastrous.
Ante goes on to 3 of Kennesaw State, but it wears off, and George Mason, their tank, is slow on health. Still sticking in there, but they need to win this fight, and that's not a good start to it. 2 go down. Matthews quick to follow. And I think that just about does it.
Yeah, get into this final 5, 4. You get the sort of momentum there. Unless they're able to get one touch. You do see the desperate swap onto the dual fist, but yeah, just simply not going to be able to get there.
I love how you counted it down because it was such a nail biter at the end. They were all in respawn.
It really was. It's like the 5, the 10, or that's going in the opposite direction. But you get the vibes. Looking at the play of the game, it's going to be Kablooey actually getting it.
Always nice to see a support pick up play of the game. Good timing. Well, of course, it's just good play all around. Final touch on a lot of, and just winning the Lucio duel too, also paying dividends. So now we move on to the third stage, the decider. Probably going to go to Esperanza, excuse me, I'm getting too ahead of myself. Servasta.
Yeah, I mean, once again, just if we saw Kings Row, we're gonna see Servasta. I feel like that's just we see it most of the time anyway. I feel like it's just the basic default formula we're gonna see now. It's 5 + 5 = 10 at this point.
I mean, you're telling me the team that chose Kings Row is all of a sudden going to surprise us with New Junk City? I don't think so.
That's true, but you never know. As casters, we're in the ignorant stage of it. We don't quite know. But at the end of the day, I mean, Kings Row wasn't their pick. They still win. So I'm expecting the same outcome for the side of Kennesaw State.
Yeah, I think if it's Servasta, then Kennesaw State's got to be feeling really good about their chances. It's the most played stage. They did really good on Kings Row, so it should be what they need to clean it all up, and that should be all done and dusted. The final 3-0 would be the first, actually, that we have had of the day.
Yeah, because the first series went to that 2-2 with that complication at the very end of it. Then we saw 1-3, and now we had the possibility of seeing a 3-0. It's now just up to Kennesaw State if they're willing to close here, or if George Mason's ready to prepare an answer back and possibly take Flashpoint. But with the way Kennesaw State's looking, they're looking strong. And even though George Mason was able to find these 2 times opening picks, 2 apiece, they just weren't able to capitalize on it. And they really stuck to that Ana break combo as well.
Just waiting for that final confirmation that we get, unless there is something completely different about this match, that New Junk City is going to be the MO that allows the Patriots to get back in the fight, or it could be the end of the line in round 1 for them. But remember, with this round of LCQs, it's round 2 that is still waiting for all the losing teams. But right now, Kennesaw State, it's been no major upsets. The team that's in second place is going to win it. Hey, look, I was right. Woo! Going to Servasta.
There's no hate to it, really. I mean, it is a solid. It is a solid map, and it is still relatively newer than Kings Row, so we can't put too much hate on its name or throw too much salt.
I do genuinely like it. So it's it doesn't have the same kind of notoriety of Kings Row. It's not quite as infamous, I should say.
Yeah, which is a valid change up and switch. Getting into the fly through. We've already talked about how pretty this is. We've seen it 3 times.
I've seen it much more than 3 times.
You've seen it much more than 3 times. That is true. But for the sake of the broadcast, and continuity-wise, canon dictates that we've only seen it 3 times.
So the canon of broadcasts is that we suffer from very severe short-term memory loss, and every time a broadcast ends, we cannot reference that previous broadcast.
It's a new day. It's a new life.
All right. I really don't know where to go with that one, but we'll just
We'll put a pin in that. Come back to it later. Let's find a different topic here. Like, what?
I'm sorry, I don't think we could come back to it later because we supposedly forget everything.
That's only if the day. That's only when the day ends. I can find a way to wiggle back in fourth series.
I feel like this is one of those arguments we got into in fourth grade where the rules would be changed every single time and you could never really win those. So I'm not even going to take the bait on that one and just leave it. All right, we get down to Servasta. Both teams, we assume are probably going to pick the Lucio for that added maneuverability, the utility, and just ability to negate so many of those ultimates with the sudden burst of healing that the beat gives you.
I think I'd like to see a sim on the side of George Mason. That the sort of mobility it gives you, as well as kind of negating a bit of Sigma's ability. If you're able to time rock really well, kinetic grasp can absorb a beam, and you can sort of burn very quickly through if you get the support of your team behind you, because a lone sim just sort of charging into the front lines is going to get absolutely eviscerated very easily. But I could also see these teams sticking to their basic tried and true, seeing the Mei, seeing the Sojourn, seeing the Sig, because it's just been what we've seen every team bring out on Servasta so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a May heavy night. Jumping into this match. Fine, well, we're conveniently placed very far away from the silhouette, so I'm going to have to just wait until the actual overlay shows up to see what we're dealing with. But like I said earlier, there are usually just some standard lock-ins for Servasta, so we can kind of assume what half the team is going to be made up of, and maybe there's some odd picks that we haven't accounted for.
Yeah, we do see Lucio seeing the Genji again. I believe it's a Sojourn, a BAP, and a Sigma. Yep, that is I kind of saw in the red. But pretty much, I actually see a switch up here. Seeing a JQ and a Kiri, as Clash is going to get the opening pick onto Yuck. Binks goes pretty low. Gonna get the help with Shout to get a bit of extra health, get away from that. Kenz is gonna get the follow-up onto Kiri. And that is point going to the side of the Owls. Said it before, I'll say it again. Getting point first is so important.
Right now they're going to back up, see if George Mason attempts any off angles or any flanks. George Mason Patriots are bunched up pretty close together. So that's not in the cards for the time being.
Take this bit of a choke point here. They're going to solo out Binks there. To help him, 3 of the Owls players going to go down. That barrier from Sigma just holding up, even though it's on last legs. There's a pick onto the tank, now onto a support, and that is the George Mason team collapsing here with a little bit more staggers that are pretty healthy. Only the Lucio is going to be able to get away, and I honestly don't think George Mason is going to be able to get a touch here, and this should be the first point going over NSL State.
Most likely looks that way. It would be hard for them to take back this point with no ultimates, but this Genji is able to get at least one touch on it, but meanwhile, while he was flanking, the team was just being completely wiped out by that Gravitic. Lucio tries to fight back. The Prototyper is holding down the fort as far as the front line is concerned. And now we'll move on to Gardens.
Definitely.
Apparently Lucio likes that announcement that we're going to Gardens. So
Oh yeah.
I didn't know he was such a Gardens fan, but there you go.
You never know. You know, it wasn't in the rotational favor of Kennesaw. Cut it off and get to the point quickly. He still has 10 seconds to be unlocked. Binks does have Blade, as well as George Mason will have Overclock. There's Kitsune Rush. We'll have Beat available. Kennesaw State also has Beat. There it goes. Going to be able to cancel out 2 of them. Beat in response as well to both of those. And Beat for the other side of George Mason as well. And just Matthew's going to be able to find a pick. With effectively 5 ultimates thrown out in that fight, only to get 1.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of ults spent and a whole lot of shooting back and forth, but no one is getting picked off is the main thing. But through positioning, the Patriots do manage to get at least 30% charge. Rampage is going to be spent, and now they all start piling up one after the other. Moving in after that Rampage, Kennesaw State is wiped out. Patriots go past 50%.
Different George Mason than what we saw just from even last match, from even last point. As they're not climbing to 60%, Kennesaw State should be able to get a touch into here if everything goes successfully. They don't lose anybody along the way. Overclock is available, as well as Flux available for Kennesaw State. So the fight's not completely over. There's a touch from the side of the Owls. Window also should be available for this fight. There goes out Overclock, gonna dish out a bit of damage, trying to focus. The Genji goes down to the opposing Sojourn. I think he's gonna be able to find a pick though, now focusing on Cam Sky, gonna be able to get that as well, but there is a touch from Kennesaw State, and they're gonna get the point cap.
Well, they're still keeping the possibility alive. Bluey getting very close on his beat. Bean gets a little bit of poke damage, but we'll just have to wait for both teams to actually get back to the point before we see any major moves. But Bluey, I think he'd love to land 1 or 2 shots just to get that extra bit of charge that he needs to be able to get this beat online. So that'd be very nice to have for this next fight. Here we go, Kitsune Rush to start it out along with the Genji Blade. Picks up 2. Yeah, that's going to be it for that fight, I assume. There's just one left from Kennesaw State. They get taken out. George Mason claims the flashpoint for themselves.
That also means, in turn, they're going to get the first point here for themselves. Now in a 1-to-1 fashion. Once again, flashpoint is the first to 3. So we could go all the way to 5 here, and the way it looks, both these teams have shown pretty dominant performances on, so far, each of their respective point caps that they have. Kennesaw State will have 2 ultimates available for them, the side of Beat and Overclock. George Mason will only have Beat available for them. Right now, in the moment, the match will be able to work their way. Ooh, just a shout gets activated. They're going to get Ross out of it. There's some melee damage. Kinetic Grasp was used, some damage immortality used as well. Could find an opening pick through this corridor. Point's about to unlock here, and we could see Kennesaw State grab it first. No back cap secretly, but you find the first 2 open picks. Oh, actually, George Mason's gonna cap it.
Problem is, by having that one person cap at the Lucio, they didn't have that backup for the rest of the team, so all the eliminations went in favor of Kennesaw State. They'll claim that first flashpoint. Have a good amount of ultimates to use for the next fight as well. Overclock and Grav available. They're also going to have the Genji Blade and Window coming up pretty soon. Oh, great first pick by Kamsky.
There goes out Fluck. That could be big. There is going to get the tank, do some solid damage. Dunk on top of the head. Just going to stop the movement keys. Find one more. Now climbing 42%, 45 and higher now. Blade, as well as the Window, as well as Overclock will be available. George Mason will only find the similar ones, minus the Window. They do not have a back piece there. Going to regroup, they definitely will have time to get a touch here, but will they be expecting Pens to be sitting up here, possibly to dive and get a Blade there? Kablooey getting pretty low, almost being caught in position.
Trojan and Genji putting in their work, immediately get a pick apiece. Matthew also joins in, taking out Clash. Now everyone from Kennesaw State is wiped out. They were able to get up to 98%, so it is just one good team fight, and they can take that point back for themselves and then try to take the final one to win the match.
They will have 3 ultimates available for them. George Mason will have the same, though. They'll have 3. They'll have actually, in fact, Kitsune Rush before the Owls will have Beat more than likely here. Climbing up. It is about who uses these ultimates first. And effectively, there goes out Window there. The rest of George Mason is going to LOS it. Beat, or actually Blade, was used to counter that. It's going to find 2, actually just 1. It's effectively looking to find the second. There goes out opposing Blade as well. Even though they go super low, they're going to find the trade. Kablooey was the one to hub out there. Clash also gets 1 in a very low tank. Couldn't get taken out. Yuck's going to get Kablooey, though. a whole lot of support here. They only have the Lucio, but that doesn't quite matter. Beat gets committed there to ensure that they get this point. Looks like the Patriots are going to pick up number 2 here.
My. George Mason just might not be out of this. It's all going to come down to the next flashpoint, which will be Temple. Good news is that I've ate all my broccoli, and now I get to move on to the dessert, which is Temple and Palace, the remaining 2 flashpoints. So these next few fights will be very entertaining, especially since George Mason is going to start them off with the Kitsune Rush and the Rampage. Kennesaw State uses the beat in response because there's just too much damage being pushed through by the Patriots. They want to claim this first flashpoint, but they're going to have to wait a few more seconds before it unlocks. This first team fight does indeed look to be in George Mason's favor.
Gonna dip out here. There's no way they're getting first point here,
Oh, they got to claim it.
They've got to claim it, though. They're barely starting to get that. They will cap it. They do find a pick onto Binks, but I don't think that's enough to really move into here with only the 3 that they have. They are continuing to poke damage in here. They will have Overclock available shortly, but the same is to be said for the side of George Mason, as well as Beat will be available into this next fight going into the middle part of it. Clash looking to find an opening here. This looks to be Kennesaw State trying to capture point. It's going to be contested. Going to find a out of position Lucio, and now a lot of damage being converted over with this overclock. But the opposition of Yuck is going to use that as well. Binks is going to get the trade just as that ultimate is ending. And while that fight was taking place, George Mason was also climbing in terms of percentage here. They're not going to get over probably 80% before the Owls even begin to get into this point.
One last fight to try to keep Kennesaw State's hopes for a clean sweep alive. If not, we might be beginning to reverse sweep territory for George Mason. Windows thrown down by Kennesaw State. Sigma moves on toward point. Genji Blade comes online immediately. Pop, but he is stopped right in his tracks before he can reach the back row and all those squishies. George Mason used their Kitsune Rush and their beat trying to bring this back. It will help make their Sojourn pick up a triple and keep the flashpoint in their favor. We're going on to game number 4.
Well, we underestimated George Mason a little bit. The Patriots managed to pull it out and absolutely decimate there. Even though they lose first point, they go, that doesn't really matter. We're going to capture the next 3 here in a pretty clean fashion. Even the Prototypers the ones who get the play of the game. That first point was really the only one that we saw Kennesaw State be as dominant as we saw them on other maps, but now they've got map choice and to push here. I'm expecting a solid performance, but honestly, the way that it's going, I'm not quite too sure yet.
Well, we've seen New Queen Street, we've seen Esperanza. I just need Coliseo, and then I can complete the trilogy and have a complete set. So, you know, I'm rooting for it this time, just on terms of I want to see the pure variety.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I have no idea what Kennesaw State's going to go with. We don't get to see push a whole lot in these series. We see a lot of 3-0s.
It feels surreal that we don't get to see Escort a whole lot either.
Yeah, seeing Escort almost feels a little wrong to a degree, but I also sort of like to change up a little bit. And I like the inclusion of seeing Flashpoint a lot, considering it is such a new game mode, and it really changes the pace of how players should
I get my complete set! I actually do! We see all 3 tonight!
A trilogy is complete. We've got all 3. There goes out Coliseo. Kennesaw State's pick, by the way. They're looking to close it up 3-1 here, while the Patriots are looking to stay alive for one more map to see Escort.
Well, I am stoked. We get to see everything. Stoked enough to forget the fact that because this is Coliseo, we're going to be fighting in a hallway for the first 3 minutes. But once we get out of there, there'll be a little bit of variety brought into the mix.
And that bend is nasty. I mean, that first point to get the spawn change is nasty because inherently that defending team has high ground. They have a little bit more cover to work around, but it can also just end up being scrappy fight unless one side is able to clean it up very quickly. But that has to be the team that's willing to click Q first, or just straight up win the fight either way. But yeah, I do 100% agree with you. For the first 3 minutes, we're going to see the fight in the hallway.
All right, let's head on down to the Eternal City and get ready to face off in Game 4. George Mason pulls off a win in Flashpoint, looking to move on and pull off a reverse sweep. Now we go with the dramatic music. I was saying, Colosseo can really start out kind of similarly because we have such a slog in this very straight section of the map, looking for, and the flank options are really limited here too. So it's going to be a bit of a hunker down mentality as we start out.
And I think that's where Esperanza and New Queen Street differ a little bit. Esperanza especially having those options of really going around and having different options to play that first point, where in New Queen Street and Colosseo, it's pretty straightforward the route you're supposed to go.
Look at this flank, though. I was saying the flank routes are limited, but immediately this Genji tries to start out. I mean, they're more limited on the Coliseum side is what I'm trying to say. You'd have to push past the robot to be able to get to the other team's hallway. Yeah, right now the robot unlocks, and we are seeing the classic slog through, a turn to the side to try to catch this Genji. He goes into Reflect, has to dash on out of there, down to half health. Besides that one attempt at a flank, this is exactly playing out how I thought it would.
Only 50 seconds in the match.
Was collecting the whole trilogy still worth it, though? Yes.
Yeah, 100%. No doubt about that. They're going to play this little cubby on the right side here. Cleanse goes out and gets used. Going to save the Genji a little bit. Try to get the railgun shot on the Lucio. Not going to be able to find it. Now we see a bit of a push out, but it's going to be stalled out once again. Now fighting George Mason into this little cubby piece.
Oh,
he got going
nice.
down. Immortality got used as well on the side of Kennesaw State, so that's gone for them. Now we see Clash behind the enemy team, going to opt to go back to the favor. Prototype is pretty low here, going to use Rock, and wow, in the animation of falling to the ground, Alpha being Rock, going to be taken out. But there's also your tank down. And without that front line, Junker Queen can have quite the open space to use, especially when comboed with Kitsune Run.
Beat expunged by Kennesaw State. George Mason is also going to use theirs. Lucio tries to get away, will be able to from the Mage. Blade Broad out, and George Mason picks up one with it. They're trying to get the Lucio next, but he is getting away. They're just going to have to settle for one pick. But they gain the robot off of it.
Oh no, okay.
They gain the robot off of it, period.
It did last almost about as long as you said. I mean, they're not officially out of this hallway yet, but about 2 minutes, 30 seconds is how long that fight lasted to get out of this first point here. But these 10 minutes of consistent fighting. These newer themes have really these newer game modes have really put an emphasis on the consistency fighting. There's no breaks, there's no pauses in between. It is fighting continuously for the duration of the match. And Clash is going to use Overclock and find 3 really quickly. Count 4, looking for a 5th. Blue is going to steal it, and now they have Robot, and they should be able to get pretty close to taking the lead here by the time the Patriots are able to contest.
It is crazy, but yeah, to think, but with the 2 new modes you were talking about, Flash and Push, Flashpoint and Push, with these 2 new modes in our lineups regularly, it actually is starting to feel like Overwatch 2, I must say. There's a lot that is changed in the lineup because Escort has just been pushed all the way back to the end of the lineup. A bunch of these classic stages, Dorado, we're just not seeing them anymore. We're seeing a lot of the new stuff. Matthew picks up Kamsky.
Oh, ooh. That shout was used perfectly to help the 3 remaining team members get out of that blizzard. And there goes down Prototype, and now it's back to George Mason's control as the Sojourn and Lucio are going to quickly get out of that fight and reposition. Kennesaw State was pretty close. They were 3 meters away from taking the lead there.
So much fighting, but so little ground to show for it. George Mason, though, pushes past 30. and they might just get toward, they want to get toward that checkpoint to unlock the forward spawns. Kablooey gets his beat online. Prototyper also very close to the rampage. And this Tracer is getting chased down to 14 health. Still managing to hang on. And while that wild goose chase happens over to the side, George Mason will bring out their overclock. Kamsky finally finishes off that Tracer.
That had to be an nasty head flick. That had to be a nasty flick. I know that was something where like you heard the slightest sound cue behind you and turned around. There goes out beat. Corresponding beats as well. Trading out rush gets also completely nullified, basically pushed off of it by the presence of that Junker Queen here. There goes out rush, gonna get quite a bit of value. Actually only find one person outside of George Mason, and not even gonna find the pick there. There goes down Prototyper as well to Matthew for a second time.
Flash gets an overclock shot onto Bean. Yuck is next to follow. And Matthew taken out by Clash. Eliminations piling up against George Mason, and the ability for Kennesaw State to even the score up just a little bit.
Tracer once again find themselves to get out of trouble here. Kennesaw State rated. They're now under 2 minutes. They do get the last second contest there. There goes out Pulse Bomb as well. The Tracer goes down. Will there be a contest in time? There is. Now just 2 meters away from taking the lead here, but they're going to find one more. There goes out JQ ult as well, but it doesn't quite matter. Kansas is going to pick up 2. Kiri's going to pick up one of their own, and now it is the Owls that hold the lead here. And they have 2 in the series. So this is the one they're looking to close it out on. They're not looking to go to the 5th.
They have a 1 ult advantage going into this fight. Although this Sojin is very close on the overclock as well. Kezin has to dip on out of there, looking for a flank to bring out his blade, but Bean just a knife right to the head. He's gonna push it back in favor of George Mason right before. See, is that at the forward toss? I think it's right before.
It's right before.
It's right before. That's huge.
They're 2 meters away from it. Binks was able to contest just in time. Shot's going to give a bit of overhealth there. Allow them to get the Kiri on the side of George Mason. The axe is enough after bleed damage to get it done. Knife gets stuck. There's Ken's on the way in. Immediately gets greeted with the host of damage, and it's going to go immediately out. Walking simulator for Ken's right now, but Prototyper is able to get one. The trade of characters there. They're trying to track down this Lucio. They're finally able to get Kablooey there. And they are stopped. Just meters short.
Good news is they have a pretty healthy ult advantage, but that will be not the case in just a few seconds because Overclock comes online, Rampage also available. In fact, a lot of teams, George Mason is also not too far away from their ults as well, so a lot of Qs could be pressed for this next fight.
Third gets interested in the game right here. Trying to take full advantage of it. Bot gets stopped for half a second. They're going to pick up on it. Kennesaw State goes to the wise choice and just backs up out of the range of Kitsune Rush. Matthew's going to get a pick onto Clash here. Yuck trying to find one with the leftover Urclock shot. Gets the damage. Banks is going to be the one to clean it up, though. Now trying to find this Lucio behind. Not able to.
They're so close to tying this up. They pushed up. The robot is contested. This is a tricky fight. They got to win because Kennesaw State has so much. They start out with the Kitsune Rush and the Genji Blade. This Lucio's getting right in the face of Clash, however. George Mason gets 2 antis thrown onto them due to 1 Rampage. They're going to bring it out in their own out in response. Bean and Yuck taken out of the mix. And, oh, George Mason falls, and maybe they have enough time to recover, but, oh, man, that was a tragic loss. They have to win this next fight and then hold on to that robot for dear life.
Yeah, now it's all Kennesaw State here, which they've got to be the one to set the tone here because they have the lead. Yeah, right now you're trying to push it as quite possibly as far as you can. The blade gets used. There's a bit of shot over health. Now goes out beat here as Blade just about goes down. Now we're gonna see Kennesaw State push up, but they're gonna pay for it. You get some trades of the characters. Pretty similar. This gets the dash elimination. Matthew gets one clash. He's gonna get a second. Binks gets one more as well. Matthew gets a knife kill, and that's gonna be George Mason taking control of the bot. 40 seconds left. They have Kitsune Rush available. They're going to have Overclock available. Kennesaw State will not have any available. Will have any available to them for quite some time. They're going to have to play very well in order to find an ult.
George Mason's one chance to go to game 5. Got to stay on this robot and contest it. 15 seconds left. Okay, I would expect Kitsune Rush to be used here, but they're holding on to it for some reason, maybe for a rainy day, but there might not even be a tomorrow, George Mason, so you gotta win this fight right now.
We'll have Overclock available here as well.
Matthew going very low. He's going down to half health. There goes the Kitsune Rush. There it is. Okay, I was really worrying. Yuxo not even able to use the Overclock. That's huge. Huge pick by Kazan. He's going into the back line looking for more squishies to take out. Now has to deal with this Junker Queen. It is overtime. George Mason needs eliminations and fast, but they are falling in spectacular fashion. Their last stand ends, and Kennesaw State wins it in Coliseum.
Rush was looking to be used when Prototyper finally engaged, but even when Prototyper engaged and Rush was looking to take advantage of that, just didn't match up to it. Fell slowly 1-1 here, and yeah, this is fairly early into the beginning of the match. Getting to this is the 4-piece, yeah. This was bound.
Kennesaw State wins that match, so no upsets today. Second place teams, the higher ranked teams, are consistently getting wins in these LCQs. But again, they position themselves higher in their overall divisions at the end of the regular season, so it's kind of like a we earned this sort of thing.
I think definitely it is, and it's still one of those things of they have to continue to climb here. I mean, this is not going to be the end of the journey for them. It is LCQ. While you do get the second chance, and I'd love to see how that ends up working out bracket-wise as they go farther, how that interacts with each other, but this is not the end for any of the teams that we saw lose tonight. They definitely go down. It's not over. You're down, but not out. So that's the really important thing to take away at the end of the night. But it is Kennesaw State, those better team today.
All right, we will get ready for the next match, but of course we have post-game context. Stick around for that. For now, we'll take a short 2-minute break. Actually, I'm getting the confirmation, no interview. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna go right on to the next match. It is getting late in the night, so be tuned for the next match in the Varsity Open Division, which is gonna be British Columbia versus San Jose State. For now, we'll leave you with the top 5 plays brought to you by Mavics Gaming Chairs. Mavics, feel the difference. We'll be right back with the 4th and final game of the night. George Mason getting on down to the field. You can see all the various stages for the Antarctica. Last time we started out in the caverns, but through positioning, the Patriots do manage to get at least 30% charge. Rampage is going to be spent, and now they all start piling up one after the other on toward point. Genji Blade comes online, immediately pop, but he is stopped right in his tracks before he can reach the back row and all those squishies. George Mason used their Kitsune Rush and their beat trying to bring this back. It will help make their Sojourn pick up a triple and keep the flashpoint in their favor.
There's Immortality used behind cover. Could effectively save, and there's the beat slightly delayed to keep this team in the fight.
Davidic used by Kennesaw State as soon as it's charged, but it's not enough. George Mason just puts down the Immortality field, is able to negate that. Matthew taking a whole bunch of damage, going to use theirs. Lucio tries to get away, will be able to from the Meg. Blade brought out, and George Mason picks up one with it. They're trying to get the Lucio next, but he is getting away. They're just going to have to settle for one pick. But they gain the robot off of it.
Oh no, okay.
Yuxo not even able to use the overclock. That's huge. Huge pick by Kazan. He's going into the back line looking for more squishies to take out. Now has to deal with this Junker Queen. It is overtime. George Mason needs eliminations
Third
and
blade.
fast, but they are falling in spectacular fashion. They're
welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. I'm your host, Artemis Rain, and joining me for the remainder of the evening is going to be Colin Majunkin. You just saw us walk our way through 3 games. We're about to hop into our last one, but Colin, you've been through the ringer. How did that last almost entire series feel?
I mean, honestly, I kind of wanted to see what Escort would end up looking like for both those teams, because there was a solid amount of moments where they were kind of hitting heads pretty well. So I would have liked to see what would have probably been a long-range map, right? We know which one we're talking about. I would have loved to see what that is, but ultimately, that's not how it ended up being. But now we got 2 teams who aren't even in the same realm of what we've been in.
Yes, so we are transitioning from our Varsity Premier to our Varsity Open series, and we're about to hop into a game between British Columbia Esports versus San Jose. But before we do that, we can take a quick look at how everything shook out for our entire evening. To start out, we had Shenandoah taking on Kentucky Esports, and that was 2-1. Then we had Oakland University go up against Ferris State, 3-1 in favor of Oakland. And there was a tech pause in our first match, so that will be continued on later. And then we just saw Kennesaw State take on George Mason, and now we're about to hop into British Columbia, taking on San Jose. For British Columbia, we have Darkstar, Ninjak. Oh my goodness, some of y'all have the Jackaroo. I am sorry if I butcher that later on. King and Nyx.
For the side of San Jose State, we got a Pineapple, we got Mo Noodle, Cedra, Junie, and I believe that's 11.
Yeah, that's 11.
That's 11. Solid names on the side of San Jose. Honestly, solid names for both of these both teams. And to my understanding, too, this is the same division. They're looking to finish it out. They are in Varsity Upper Premier, and they're both 3-3. So they both have pretty similar schedules. They both have pretty similar roster ranks, etc. So it's really looking like a matchup that's it's looking about to be the most even that we've had, because we've had a top dog and underdog for most of the 3 games that we've been here. But this is the first match where, honestly, I would say it's pretty even butt heads.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here staring at the name Nyx, because if that is the Moira one trick who's forced to play real heroes, in their own words, that's my friend and former teammate. Anyway, with that being said, we're going to jump into Control. Is there any map you would like to see for a Control point?
You know, actually, it's a little weird, but I want to go back to a bit of a classic. Lijiang.
You want to go back to Lijiang?
You know, why not? It's just, for some weird, odd
Even
reason.
Jacob's giving you a face right now.
You know, it's a solid balance map, and I know Control does that a lot. I know a lot of Control maps have their fair share of, like, what they do that is really cool, but I feel like Lijiang, you can get it all. You can get environmentals, you can get high ground fights, you can get really brawl, you can get to the post, you can get into a lot of it. And I know we've delved into this last time, so it's just, I'm gonna go with the default. I'm a default type of person.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to argue. You just casted 2 back-to-back games, and neither one gave you Lijiang, so
Yeah,
hopefully you can get Lijiang for this one.
hopefully. But then I'll counter, and then what would you like to see?
I personally would like to see Elios.
Okay, actually, yeah.
I've just changed his mind.
I wouldn't
Oh.
change my mind, but if we did get that, I'd be pretty happy with that as well, because I don't think we see it very often, and it's pretty. You can still get those environmentals, and honestly, well, it's just kind of, it's great. It's perfect. We don't need to talk about it.
So with that in mind, the way this all works is we have a coin flip, and then whichever team ends up winning the coin flip gets to pick the map, and the team that loses the coin flip gets to pick sides, but that doesn't matter because there's no sides on a control point. So with that being said, it's going to be up to whichever team has the opportunity to guess better between a 50-50 shot for a virtual coin toss.
A virtual one as well. It's sort of like, it's not even like physical, like, oh, like, I sort of have a feeling. It's quite literally like press button, totally disconnect from the situation, unless you're just a lucky person.
That's
like,
not me.
If you got somebody on your team that's just, I wonder if there's any team that like stratted that out of like who in our squad has the most luck. You're going to be the one to toss the coin for us and make the decision.
Maybe you literally just have someone who's designated to being the
That'd be
sacrificial lamb of, I get to call heads or tails, that's my only job, I don't even play for the team, I'm literally here just to call the coin toss.
I think that'd be a solid role. I would take that role if I had enough luck to really change that. Because imagine your team gets to the grand finals, that your team needs first pick map. They know if they can get their map first round, they can get the momentum, they can get the ball rolling, and you're the person that gets that done. It's probably better than being the top fragger. I don't know. Personal opinion.
If only luck was a real stat that we could establish and see as a player, then maybe we could have someone with the role of actually being designated coin toss picker. And it actually, for our first map, is going to be one of my personal favorites for control. Sorry, Colin. We're going to be heading over to Busan.
I will say I actually like this. I really like this because I was a bit jealous sitting in the background watching you guys cast this one because I don't think I've casted Busan before, so, and it's a map that I like, so I like it. I like this choice. And it's different. And we love different on this cast.
Okay. Well, then, of the 3 maps, which of the 3 sub-maps would you like to see? Would you like to see Downtown? Would you like to see Mecha Base or Sanctuary?
I think I'm gonna go with Mecha Base. Just, I think it can be the most punishing, and while it is sort of that like basic like fight on the point, you end up being that losing team. So it is a little bit, you have to be a little not creative with it, but it's a little out of the standard. But I do like Sanctuary as well. So either of those are pretty even to me.
Dang, and I'm sitting over here wanting to see Downtown. Well, we're gonna jump into Busan. It's going to be one of the 3 maps. Either Colin gets one that he likes out of the 3. He's got 60% chance of doing so, or I do. And my meager 33% chance actually comes to that.
I am superior right now on the map choice.
You put your eggs in 2 baskets.
And nobody said the rules couldn't do that.
That's true.
Nobody outlined that, so never take a fair fight.
Next time I ask Colin which sub-map he likes of an entire control map series, he's gonna be like
All
3 of them.
I'm gonna list out 4 for you. I'm gonna go into the game files, find some lost forbidden 4th map that's not in the pool that was taken out in early beta, and I'm gonna shock you all in all.
Well, for you, just for you, Colin, we're rolling out on Mecha Base.
Very nice.
And it looks like one team's going to be rolling out on the Bastion. Sigma looks like Baptiste Lucio Reaper, which is intriguing. I'm excited to see how that shakes out for them. Yep. Other squad, actually, that looks like an Ashe, possibly. After swap.
I didn't see that. I don't know how you saw that
no,
outline.
it's Symmetra with Bastion. See if they stick with the Symmetra as well. And it looks like, nope. It's going to be switching over to the Reaper. British Columbia rolling out on Doomfist, Hideko, Echo, Ana, and Sojourn. King dives in, is forced to dive out, gets dangerously low, healed up by Hideko, but Junie gets eliminated by Jakaru.
I do really like the Echo choice. Because I really like playing immediately going to send them off a high ground. They know this is mine, but inadvertently gives them point as well. Going to be able to contest it just in time. The other goes out Wheels, more commonly known as Current. The Fist is going to get some damage off. So far, British Columbia is playing this competition really well until that happened. And they lost their front line. That was bound to happen. The Rock, then a Reaper in your face. Ooh, but could get a pick on Junie here. Not going to be able to do it, and now British Columbia is going to have to back off.
Doomfist is already back, but it's getting close to needing to be some type of spawn anyway.
I do want your opinion on this, on seeing Doomfist on this map in this competition.
On this map, totally fine. Into what they're going into from San Jose, not fine.
That Bastion is going to rip you to shreds, but wow, that was a lot of damage right out the gate.
It seems as though King learned from their mistakes. Gotta wait out the wheels. Gotta make sure Sigma can't just rock you. He's going to attempt to battle Lucio, who's going down tube, and we do see Amplification Matrix comes through. Junie with an elimination. Noodle gets deleted. Junie gets deleted. Sigma is back, and point has yet to flip over to British Columbia. We're hitting that 70 percentile mark. And with that, we commit beat as well. And artillery strike, because point is still over to San Jose. This is not just last fight territory, but like half a fight last fight territory.
And Nano was also committed as well, and They're going to find a pick for it. Echo gets one as well. He's going to get a pick, get two for that matter of fact. Jackery is really excited about that one. They're finally going to get point as it's at 90% here. What a nade right out the gate here. And we see no swaps from either team so far. Which honestly, I don't think British Columbia really has to do that so far because they're winning.
Well, intro with Gravitic Flux. Kiko should have Suzu upon ground, but unfortunately took too much damage in the air. Nyx gets eliminated, King gets eliminated. It's just the Ana and Sojourn getting pushed back towards choke point and their spawn. Elvin is going to take the space, be the front line, let his team claim the point. Junie still has Death Blossom as well and can literally just pick a corridor here, hit Q, prevent Meeple from moving forward. However, Ninjak ends up finding Noodle. Interesting how the supportal combat came in clutch and a Baptiste lost to an Ana. Wheels is a sponge. Reaper uses Death Blossom, returns the favor in kind. That is both Sojourn and Ana eliminated, as is King to a Pineapple who's rushed back with Lucio.
We're going to get two there. Not only getting the tank, but also getting support. Elvin gets one as well. End it off, and San Jose, the Spartans are going to claim first point there. And we did touch on it a little bit into that Doomfist, right? And we'll get to what you're speculating. Actually, I do want to ask, what was the speculation phase for?
It was me begging the gods of the game to give us downtown, but it's Sanctuary.
So I'm
you're
I'm
two for
two right now. That's
Yeah, brag about it more.
I'm just saying, I'm feeling a little lucky here. Maybe all that talk about luck was paying off for me. But I mean, would the Doomfist be better played into something that can possibly? I mean, definitely, is it viable on Sanctuary?
Honestly, just because of how flat this map is, I personally think Doomfist is not the right pick. We do see that they have made an adjustment, but Jackaroo out the gate. You got to be careful as a support. I know you really want to hit the spacebar. Don't hit the spacebar if you don't know what they're playing just yet, because that is how a Widowmaker or a Hanzo one-shots you.
So all the small details on it. If you can do the small things right, you're probably going to get the big things right as well. Hiding into this high ground here. That Bastion is just going to absolutely melt the opposition. The Reaper is going to TP out, going to do a quick scan, not going to be able to find them. TP back to their team right here. Now San Jose a bit on the back foot right now. British Columbia is going to be the ones to unlock the point first.
In these Sigma v Sigma duels, it really comes down to which Sigma uses their rock second. And I say that because when a Sigma uses hands, you stop their advantage claiming using rock. But by now, the amount of, okay, they're both using hands at the same time. That's fine, but Darkstar is going to get eliminated. Ooh. And we had a rocket unfortunately thrown right into a shield. It happens.
I will say, out of all the Sigma duels we've seen so far, and there's finally the elimination onto Ninjak. Out of all the Sigma duels we've seen so far, I don't think I've seen a whole lot of rocks not hit a shield.
Yeah, I think it's just almost everybody hits rock off cooldown, but when you're in the Sigma v Sigma duel, just take away hands. Rock them. Don't let them do it.
Bastion's going to be able to find any value out of that, even in turret form. Is finally going to find one, even on the flux. Artillery is used as well. That rock's going to miss. Now they could be in the uh-oh zone. They're going to get the help. Oh, and Sun gets eaten. Even though they saw it was in progress, they still decided to shoot.
No!
Very unfortunate. A potential round-winning ult right there, or at least momentum shift for them. And San Jose now officially beating out British Columbia's point charge right now. And that pylon gets immediately destroyed.
It did get a solid connection onto Sigma though, so King got a chunk of healing, so it's alright for it to be blown up almost instantaneously. It did its job, and now there's one of the spots that's way hard to get rid of. A Pineapple, Junie, both fall. Bastion was right before that. Point flips back in favor of British Columbia, roughly about one fight's worth of percentage behind San Jose now.
back to take this high ground position here. Pylon is replaced here. San Jose is going to play right back into British Columbia. This is the spot you want to be in. Window's committed as well, so is opposing Window. There's hands as well. A whole lot of damage gets absorbed there. But even so, only gonna, oh, actually, nope, doesn't get anybody. And there's just a whole lot of chaos happening in this fight right here.
Junie was eliminated. Darkstar went down to a pineapple. Bastion desperately trying to run away. Nyx gets eliminated. We have Beat committed. Kinetic, Gravitic Flux used. Noodle deleted before even landing 11. Looks as though, unfortunately, rocked the ground. Ended up getting themselves eliminated using friendly fire. Ninja, Jackaroo, both gone. Junie has made it back after getting eliminated. Gets a rock from King. Tries to stay alive, has Lucio, uses the Wraith form, but doesn't get enough healing. Tragically, will be sent back to respawn. British Columbia, 98 and counting. Should be able to keep this point on lock. They do, and now we're going to downtown.
Got what you're asking for, and the thing I sort of noticed with what was ended up happening, Pylon didn't get destroyed, and British Columbia's tank was able to walk on a point and get a solid chunk of healing. I think you'll be able to see it here. They went from like 100 and something all the way to like 290. And I think honestly that's the reason why they're able to stay in the fight for a little bit longer than they should have. Yeah, you're not gonna see it here, but Pylon so far has been having some pretty substantial value.
It's quite amusing that you bring up Pylon because as someone who plays quite a bit of support, my friends will be like, hey, I need healing, and I'll try to look for them, but I'm playing ERA quick play. So they then say thank you, and I'm like, well, literally they're like, but not to you, to the Pylon. Are you kidding me?
I mean, fair enough, but also why did you say it like that? Not able to find the opening headshot they were able to in the last round. Still trying to go for it here. Ooh.
Yikers, that was a headshot for sure.
That was definitely a headshot that did a lot more damage. The rock is going to miss. Still solid amount of healing though. Has Swift Step, doesn't even use it though. Even though they get some solid trades there. Being stuck in that hallway, they get completely blocked off. Point is going to go to San Jose State for the first round.
Junie narrowly misses the rock from Sigma. I am San Jose choosing to go with this. It's Jotes, and I like it. I don't typically see it with a Reaper Genji, but I'm here for it.
Just the melee button. You can't absorb these hands.
Elbow to the face.
Elbow to the face. I'm interested to see. I understand what they're going for. 99% on the ultimate. Now has the ultimate. And they're probably going to go through a very narrow choke point. But there is a solid amount of things that could negate this. You have hands, the shield, you have cleanse, and you have immortality. So if it's not planned well, it could go bad. But it could also go very great.
Honestly, I thought Reaper would be scouted by Nyx, but unfortunately Nyx did not pass high ground first. So Reaper drops in the back line, picks up the two-piece, three-piece combo with help of their teammates. Whoops. Wait, is that anger makes you stronger? Was that the voice line?
That was the voice line that was used. I believe it was also a conversation I had with you already. That was Reaper is just that bit more effective that while your team's engaging, you go for the backline. That's a good time to keep you go for the flank. And I think that's also what made that Death Blossom also effective as well. It wasn't a open into the fight, it was a I'm going to close out the fight.
Yes, you do it when everyone's attention is not on the DPS, it's on trying to live. 11 does not live despite the beat. Kitsune Rush committed. Nyx comes in with Dragon Blade. Able to pick up two. Junie goes down, Cedra goes down. And that's everybody gone for San Jose, but it was 99%. They had to commit Gravitic Flux, Kitsune Rush, Dragon Blade. I'm pretty sure they also introed with Window. The only thing they're gonna have is Artillery Strike.
Which, as we know, is a game-changing role.
When used correctly.
When used correctly, yes. Which we did see the combo use, I think it was 2 weeks ago, of Flux and Artillery. That ended up being very deadly and had like play of the game and top 5. but that combo is not going to be available this time around, especially when you get caught off guard like that. Luckily, Junie was able to Wraith Form away, and before Wheels is able to do too much damage there. Now just fighting around this corner here.
Oh no.
Pretty common there. Nyx is going to get the opening, and
no
there's
way,
two.
no way, no way. How did Junie get away with that? How?
That's control going to San Jose State.
Which means we move on to hybrid, and now, okay, so I know we've kind of discussed it already a lot, but I've got to bring it up again. I personally think we're going to King's Row, but before we head over to our next map type, we can take a look at the play of the game. It's going to be Nyx rolling in on the Genji with play of the game. Pretty sure this is Kitsune Rush Dragonblade that picked up 2. Yes, it is.
And the falling damage maybe picked up. Yeah, picked up Junie.
Okay, so that is the first one done, and now we move on to hybrid. Like I said, I think we're going Kings. It made a resurgence today, and I'm sticking to it.
I think we're gonna go Ike because purely just based off of San Jose's team comp, that we already saw something that's not particularly seen a whole lot. Seeing the Genji, seeing the Reaper, seeing the JQ in that particular combination with each other, I feel like they're a team that's willing to maybe change it up a bit. That's a hope. It's purely copium, but it's just what I'm expecting them to do. They were flexible enough to win on Busan, on a team comp that we don't see very often, but it's also not their map point. So, yeah, my theory just gets thrown completely out the window just as soon as I realize that.
Well, I'm still sticking with my Kings Row, and I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. I'm saying that you with the Eichenwald pick, you're not allowed to bring it back and say, oh, whoa, wait, but this as well.
What do you mean?
You get one egg
Okay.
and one basket.
Okay, then I'm gonna stick with Eichenwald. I won't go. But imagine if we saw Blizzard. Just imagine for a second, but we're not. We'll go back to reality for a second, real quick. But
So we're torn 50-50 here in studio. It's Eichenwald. I think it's Kings Row. Ultimately, it's not our choice. We're just giving suggestions. Although I will say, if we are allowed to use Atlas Brune, which is the current thematic Eichenwald, the Halloween edition, then I say Eichenwald. That's the only caveat.
I truly wonder if Nace allows that.
I think if both teams agree to it, it's technically okay.
I think.
I like the spooky season map.
It is solid. It is solid. I really do like it. But then here's the real question: spooky season Eichenwald or spooky season Blizzard World?
Why do you have to put me? Oh no. I have to go with Atlas Brune. Spooky season Eichenwald. I have to because if you in Overwatch lore, and it's Kings Row anyway. But I'm gonna give everyone a quick Overwatch lore lesson. If you actually read the comic books and you played Junkenstein's Revenge, you know how you hear Reinhardt say the intro to the story. The Halloween comic actually has Reinhardt telling the story to the people to the Overwatch agents. And so, yeah, he says that our story opens on a dark and stormy night, in the comic book. So that's why I love that map. Anyway, I digress. We're going to Kings Row. My heart is not broken because I'm not surprised.
I mean, you were 100% correct. You were right on the dot, right on it. And I'm excited to see what. I'm a little more interested in see what British Columbia will bring out here because it's a map that we've seen more than anything. And the last time we saw a team bring out Kings Row, it did not go very well for them, for it being their map pick. And they tried some new things. They tried the Winston with the Brig, with the Ana, which it was clear that the Brig was supporting the Ana, but there wasn't a whole lot of situations where the Ana was getting pressured, at least from what we saw. It could have been completely different off stream of where that Brig was providing a ton of value, but that,
The Brig pick it's more of a safety precaution if they have dive, but if you've scouted the team, they don't play dive or they haven't swapped dive whatsoever, you can swap up the Brig and just go Kiriko. You're not married to playing Brigitte in the Ana Brig Winston comp. You only are stuck in Brig jail if they're diving.
That's a ball. That's a Valaria. I think I saw Torb as well. Yeah, Torb and a Bastion and a Bat.
That is a Sombra.
That is a Sombra.
Sombra, Lucio, Baptiste, Wrecking Ball, Bastion. Interesting, we might see some slam, hack, slash virus combos in conjunction with maybe a Bastion turret form, but most likely just slam with hack. We've got Reaper, Bastion, who just whipped the grenade jump, and Iyadi with the Baptiste and Sigma. So most likely,
Don't worry about it. We didn't get it on stream.
no, not at all. This is why I pulled players to out of spawn, go to the right side staircase.
Defend objective.
Positioning healing
Fair
fireworks.
enough. I'm excited to see, do we still have... No, we do not. Actually, yeah, we do not have the Sombra, so that was a bait pick. But I would have been excited to see it. Also, the ball was a bait pick as well. Get to see Sombra use on broadcast. And I really like the changes, but back to the current point, fighting at this choke point right here. He is pretty low. Rock is used, is going to find the value. Elvin almost went down there, is also going to block out nade, also going to rock. Immortality gets used as well. This pylon is sitting in front of there. They finally take it out. There goes down turret as well. Junie was in the back line doing work and gets out safely as well.
Junie didn't even pass through the back line. Junie literally walked right into them and said, nah, fam. And then kept going.
It just...
You should not be getting away.
It's nighttime. I'm in black clothing. You can't see me.
I'm in camouflage.
I'm in camouflage. And clearly it worked because they got a pick for it as well. And there goes that artillery as well. Going to find nobody, but does get some valuable utility.
And Junie just wraith forms in front of the entire squad. Almost gets full health, but does eventually go down to Baptiste, who has amplification matrix. It's a given. Now we've got King with this gravitic flux, meaning Noodle has to hang on to immortality, and both of our Baptistes have been getting worried about their front line. When their front line gets a little low, that disc is out. So theoretically, we see a tank get too much pressure, immortality is going to get popped immediately, there's not going to be a shift involved, or it's going to be shift in more, which is even worse. And then lift is going to come through.
There goes out, yep, there goes out the Q. Corresponding Q from both of the SIGs. Hey, there is the combination ultimate that we were talking about just last map. It's gonna find one, but even though they find one, they're still stuck at the choke point here, which is kind of the dangerous part of it, especially with Bastion at the helm of it. If you do not find a quick way to get through this, you're gonna be bogged down for quite some time. Finally able to target Junie, but Junie gets two in reverse.
What the heck? Junie is getting away with way too much fun.
Now they're gonna have to backstep. The SQ didn't work that time. They get some solid staggers there, and they're gonna be able to push up to what will be around this corner. I hope so. They're also able to get a really good stagger on a pineapple, which is a support gone. You staggered a pineapple. Oh, I just connected those dots, but actually, yeah, they're fully, they still have to fully reset here.
Oh, Junie, be
Oh,
careful.
yeah. Almost going down there. Not good. There goes out the window for both sides. Oh, and Sun gets eaten again. Again. It happens 2 times in a row. Plus Rock gets blocked out. Plus you go down to Elvin. What a switch around for San Jose State. They took their time getting there. They knew exactly what they want to do. And there you also see Junie in the back of the screen doing work. Getting elimination on Dark Side.
Oh, there it is. There's rocking a Sigma while they have hands out.
Yeah, Junie is way too loose to release here. Just staring through the window.
You just need to go poke him. Give Junie some attention. Do not let Reaper stay in a spot for free.
Granite does have a lot of backup support. They're just going to launch all 3 of the strikes in one singular spot. I think some of them got eaten as well. Not entirely sure there. Island goes down. Now Junie is going for a backline flank here. Decides the good choice of not going to dive into that. There's 4 people there.
2 minutes remaining and give roughly 2 fights.
Oh!
Junie is back in spawn. A Pineapple has lost the pylon. And now King comes in with the Gravitic Flux, has shield for, oh my goodness gracious.
That's play.
Yep, no argument.
That's play. That is the combo I love to see there. I love how Immortality also just didn't work there.
You just dropped 2 on it.
I love how that is just like, oh, 1, 2, 3. Immortality doesn't do anything to you.
And everyone's also huddled up in the Immor, so you're just like, oh, haha, funny.
You think you're safe. They're not. They are going to cap second point here. They're now regrouped back to 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Walks back onto wheels. Everyone's going to avoid that here. San Jose State, once again, holding close to this corner here. It's exactly where they want to be. They're Alari at a long range in the damage window. But the corner here doesn't buy them any bit of space here. And there it goes out, Junie. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, Junie gets deleted.
Elvin finds 1. A Pineapple got Darkstar. Elvin goes down to Jackaroo. King will find a Pineapple. King is still here with Iari. Oh my god.
King will find a Pineapple.
King found a Pineapple.
That's the notification that pops up on top of the screen. Junie does get Pylon there, but trades it for Wraith. Which could be brutal if you get punished here, though. Could it get eaten again? No, it gets
it's
used. They both
over
get
the
used
head.
corresponding. But the side of British Columbia's Sunstreak goes into that back little corner piece of sight.
I think Junie's intent was to Wraith in and Death Blossom, but then realized I shouldn't Wraith in and Death Blossom. It's typically a very telegraphed way to use Death Blossom.
You also lose your 1 get out of 3 jail cards.
Because Shadow Step takes too long to proc.
Oh. Goes down to 26 health. There's the combo again. They've effectively used this combo 3 times to find value, and Ninjak's also going to find 1 more. There's the pickup. There's another contender for play of the game. And
I think the one before that was just cleaner.
3 on point. They might be able to get a touch. They should be able to get a touch. There's the elimination on Lucio, though. This Tracer is being annoying. There's a Doomfist as well.
Wait, Junie?
Junie
Junie
finds 1 as well, though. Jack's going to find the trade, though, and a bit of a C9 from the side of San Jose State, and British Columbia gets it sub 1 minute.
Score.
Okay, no matter if we see all 3 points from San Jose, that means we go into overtime. Regardless of how much time is on the clock.
Because somebody had time on the clock.
But under a minute.
But under a
That's
minute.
the important
Yep.
thing. Time on the clock, but under 1 minute. Even if San Jose finishes with no time on the clock, that means they will have 1 minute, whereas University of British Columbia is going to have 1 minute and 58 seconds.
Which that minute, that extra 58 seconds is
An entire
the
fight.
entire team fight, which when it gets to overtime, you don't, because it's in the sense of that entire team fight can give you time to build up an ultimate,
Yep.
which just allows you to click Q, which if you manage to hold San Jose State, that can be the point where you get that extra tick that they weren't able to get because they didn't have a team fight.
Exactly.
Numbers, math, somehow it finds its way into a video game.
For a moment, Colin sounded like someone who is genuinely walking the path of an Overwatch caster, and then no.
Where'd I stray? Where'd I go wrong?
Math.
I gotta be different. I gotta be quirky.
Defend objective A.
Okay, so British Columbia still rocking with the double, air quotes, double turret. Torbjorn Bastion composition. San Jose letting Junie do their thing, but Junie doing their thing means getting eliminated by Darkstar.
Oh, what a great rock. Victor, they're not gonna find any value of pick up off of that.
There's turret form. There's hands from both. Reaper's coming back.
I wonder what the plan is there. I'm gonna take out Immortality. That's a big cooldown gone. Trying to take out Shield, but gets caught a bit out. There's Wraith. Wheels is out here though, might try and catch King out. Here's the TP behind. Here could be a massive point of value here. Probably trying to find a support unless they get turned on. Are gonna find Darkstar here. It's still just like too much attention to the back line here, and nobody's paying attention to Junie here. Oh wait, no, there is a Laurie.
Junie needs to return to triage and get some ICU care at 65 health. Will get healed up and more used. Both windows have been used as well. Sigma tries to get a touch on, is gonna get met with 2 sawed-off shotguns instead.
I think this is about a minute and 30 more than what British Columbia had when it came to their time as well. So it is a bit sided on the side of San Jose State, and at the moment, they're not stuck with this chokehold.
No, they're not. They're choosing to keep 3 on. Everyone was sent back to the other spawn other than this Torbjorn, Darkstar. So they want to commit, get around library as fast as possible. It makes sense. San Jose also is going to have 4 ultimates this next fight. British Columbia 3, and then Darkstar is lagging a little bit, but should have it. There's Gravitic Flux. King will go down, Batch, and uses wheels. Immortality also committed. Darkstar gets rocks and therefore eliminated. Death Blossom from Junie. Not necessary, but a good way to secure the fight fast.
Gets the job done, and I mean, with that, they should be able to secure the second point with a lot of time on the clock, which we were talking about time and how important it is, while San Jose State is flying through this map right now. They might be able to get a second touch. There goes out Flux. Might be able to. Gets rocked out of it though, so it doesn't even matter. But they do get the touch nonetheless. Beat gets committed here for the side of San Jose State. British Columbia also has Torbjorn available for them if they so choose to use it. They did end up using it. It is on the side of point, so currently right now, and it does get an elimination for it. King is managing to stay in this fight, isn't absorbed, and that's the Bastion decommitting from the fight. You see Junie start to walk from the fight away. Probably looking for a TP, was able to TP out of it. That's British Columbia. At the very last second, even though being rocked out of their ultimate, was able to find a way through. Here's Junie going for a flank that, actually, I don't think I've ever seen anybody attempt to do.
Junie needs to time this perfectly so that they're able to wraith back into their team and aren't wraithing into oblivion. But unfortunately, it looks like British Columbia is not as far forward as Junie was hoping, so Junie has to wait even longer. There we go. Junie comes in. Junie hasn't even had to use Wraith yet. Right in front of Junie, what are you doing? You scare me too much. Both Wraith and Shadow Step are used. Going to try and pull some attention to the opposite side. Darkstar is going to go down to Bastion. Pylon finally gets deleted. You did mention how important it is. It's exciting to see people starting to pay attention to it just a little bit more. Nyx gets eliminated. Gravitic Flux is used in the back line. Junie teleports to the high ground, almost has another Death Blossom, and I think at the start of this fight was at like 30% on the Death Blossom. That just tells you Junie is not getting enough attention.
No, yeah, and gets a little bit of attention. I will see somebody turn and shoot at them, but it's only for a brief second. They get like half the health bar down, and then they stop shooting, because most of the time Junie breaks away or TPs away in that sense.
Yeah.
Hasn't been punished enough yet. There goes that window as well.
Junie also like rapes right back at the front line of their team, which should get punished. Darkstar finally returns the favor after Junie uses Death Blossom on Nyx. There's Gravitic Flux. Gets rocked out of it while Seadra picks up a 2-piece.
That is twice that I believe King has been rocked out of their ultimate here. Sunstreak gets used, but it doesn't get enough damage. It does go off for Seadra, but just doesn't do enough damage there. Pylon attempted to keep Nyx up, but just there's his Tracer now trying to keep it alive here. But elimination after elimination, this will be San Jose State capping the point. Maybe. Beat goes out as well. Gonna keep the tank. Actually did not keep the tank alive. There's the cap. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. While British Columbia will have a minute. I mean, we were talking about an extra 58 seconds advantage. Talk about an extra minute 45 second advantage.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy task for British Columbia. They will be attacking first as well, so that means they set the win condition. No pressure.
Would you see anything other than the Alari?
I think get the Lucio.
You think the Lucio?
Truthfully,
Yeah.
like, you have BAP Immortality to save you from Gravitic Flux. Okay, that's one thing. But
Ready for battle.
that Immor blows up with there's a Bastion ultimate on top of it, and that's what the big combo's been. However, you have beat plus shift and then an Immor as needed. It's both, like, you can beat when you're at the apex of your Gravitic Flux. Like, as soon as you start getting lifted, you hit the beat. That's just how it is. And it will cast by the time you're at the very top. So that guarantees you will survive the Bastion ultimate. And then if you need to, you use the window or you use Baptiste shift.
And I also think it's been British Columbia's Sunstreak that's been eaten twice, I think. Yeah. So it personally seems a little iffy to me. Do you see the Lucio?
4,
Yeah.
3, 2,
Yes.
1. Attackers incoming.
San Jose in the British Columbia is in the red here, starting after the choke points. Because once again, British Columbia only has a minute here, so they don't have much time. As I said, it's about a minute. Or it's about a team fight. You need about a team fight in about a minute. So how they play this, they need to do it fast, and they need to do it very coordinated.
Guess how you can go fast.
A Lucio
And
to get you in and out.
I think also that's a little bit of what the struggle bus is here right now is it's a lot harder to punish Junie wraithing back into their own team or doing some funky stuff on Reaper without that Lucio. Anyway, I digress. We do lose Bastion early. We are down to the last 15 seconds. This is one long, drawn-out fight. San Jose said, come into the Thunderdome, and then sent the rest of British Columbia back to spawn.
I mean, yeah, all these eliminations and all these staggers, too, it's basically over at this point. The final couple of seconds, Starkstar wasn't even going to be able to get a touch, but gets booped off anyway, and then eliminated. So now San Jose State has the win condition. They have a lot of time to do it, and they only need one tick, which isn't really that hard, which means they can set the pace. They can play the whole 2 minutes and 45 seconds just to get 5 Qs and press it
And hit all of them.
and win the game.
Yeah. Not to mention they also capped first points on their initial attacking phase with over 5 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
So over 2 minutes, they should be fine.
Yep. They did it really well the first time. So what's not to say they won't do it really well the second time?
Unless complacency. Jacob and I have mentioned before in the past how important it is to not
Yep.
get complacent. So if they get too funky with it, too silly, it's their own fault. Okay.
The defensive Doomfist. You know, it's already my understanding that you have to be pretty good at the character on the offensive side of it. So I feel like putting yourself on the defensive side of it is just like not the right move to make.
5, 4,
I'm gonna have to be really
Good luck.
impressed. I'm gonna have to be really impressed with their Doomfist play in order for me to validate it.
objective A.
And that's easy.
Everyone from San Jose will TP to high ground.
Will they do the full rotation around though? Or are they just gonna
They're
stay on the side ground?
stagnating.
There's a good purple too. Not gonna be able to follow through with it though.
Oh, one person
Yeah, who is that?
got cut off and is getting chased back to spawn. It's Junie. Oh, finally. I'm sorry, Junie, but you got away with way too much earlier.
Yeah. It wasn't a Reaper though, so
Oh my gosh. I was about to say Junie swapped Reaper because of that one kill.
also in this corner, a good punch denies the rock being put through. And so far, British Columbia has already chewed off a minute.
San Jose really needs to get group up again. You cannot leave one DPS to try and figure out how to get back to their team walking through this choke point. Obvious by the fact that Junie had to die twice, and they finally are like, okay, let's back off again. Window's committed. King will have Meteor Strike, yes, to sustain through Window being pushed right into their face. Sojourn does get eliminated, Bastion gets eliminated, Junie gets eliminated. So Sidra and Junie both gone for San Jose, even though their spawn's closer. A Pineapple almost has the beat. And really, they're just gonna have to worry about a Kitsune Rush Sojourn. Those should both be staggered, but we're at a minute now. Nah, 2 fights were wasted trying to get our DPS back, and Elvin says, okay, I see you now, I'm going over reset. This is also the concern about playing Doomfist, is if counterplay.
I think there's almost, and sort of, I feel like they should just dive in general. There's so much now that can deal with so much. A dive though, but Darkstar's gonna get Junie. They only managed to get a turret for it though. There goes the dive, plus the Kitsune Rush. Bastion's low, Sidra goes down. A whole lot of damage, and even though this Orisa should have effectively stopped what should be this Doomfist, they're not able to do it. Not only 20 seconds left, they will be able to get a last second touch.
Okay, so there's 2 things that occurred that went wrong. Junie is now getting countered. British Columbia recognized they can't just let Junie wraith in and wraith out at their own will. But the issue with that is Junie then got eliminated, and when you lose a DPS, that's more pressure being placed onto your tank. You get blown up as a tank if your DPS are down. Like, your DPS prevent pressure from being put on you because they pull attention. We do see Sidra is going to find Ninjak, but then Junie falls shortly thereafter. We're coming up on window as well as Terra Surge. One person is on point, Swift Steps used, Kiko uses Suzu, Darkstar's down, Doomfist is dangerously low and begging for getting sent to the ER. Sojourn tries to slide in, but doesn't reach the collision box, and that is tragic.
I mean, just a performance from that team at the very end of it. I really feel like holding out for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and while, granted, like you said, there were things that obviously went wrong. There were things that obviously went wrong with that entirety of it. So, but is that, I feel like that's sort of the point if you capitalize on these mistakes that teams make, and I honestly think that they should have won that. They held out amazingly for 2 minutes, 45 seconds, plus the overtime that they played, and they managed to hold out really well, but to lose on a C9 is just very tough.
To that I also say, should have had a Lucio.
You know, it all comes full circle. It all comes full circle. That's all I've got to say about it. But now, we're at 2-0.
We're going to Servasa.
Yeah, we are.
There is literally no point in us discussing this. If it's anything other than Servasa, I'll be surprised.
It'll be interesting when they finally add a third flashpoint in. Because having 2 is, I mean, it may just be us sitting at the competitive standpoint where players are choosing their respective maps, but the day the third flashpoint comes, which I don't think is coming for a while, because the new map isn't that at all, so it's going to be a minute, but...
You also realize that we had push and we only have 3 maps for
That's
push.
true. That's true. Yeah.
I would much rather see a new push map before I see a new flashpoint because I do not like push. You need to make me like it at this point. Give me a map that's enjoyable. I'm calling out the small indie company that now belongs to Microsoft, yes.
That's no longer, that's not a small indie company by any means necessary. So take it as you will. But yeah, we're just waiting to see the final result, the final end of the coffin that will confirm it's Servasa for what could be the final point in the series. Now match point, and it's up to British Columbia to be the ones to say yes or no to that. Early at the map, I imagine production is trying to jump scare us, or
they're gonna jump scare us, and it's New Junk City.
It's New Junk City, then they're gonna take it away, and then it's gonna be Servasa.
Yeah,
and
that's probably what it's gonna be.
They did pick Kings Row. They're gonna pick Servasa.
Right, right.
That's
The
just
logic follows.
The logic follows. It has to be.
Come on, guys. UBC, it's Servasa, right? I'm trying to like ESP this across to the players to just, it is Servasa. Yes?
Thunderbird's choice, there it is.
Okay, thank goodness.
There it is. It is Servasa. Thunderbird's gonna go ahead and choose the King's Row of Flashpoint so far, so.
It's more like the lesser of 2 evils.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is like lawful evil is what I would call it at this point. Not even evil. I think just like
Chaotic neutral.
Chaotic neutral is what I'll go with. I think that's a better standpoint for Servasa. But would you they did relatively well on the Doomfist. And I understand that there were mistakes and there's obvious ways to correct that. But could we see a repeat of a dive composition from the side of Thunderbirds?
Yes, however, to that, I say the Spartans, if they see this dive comp, they struggle a little bit with the Sigma counter versus the dive, we're just going to see the battle cattle come out, and then hopefully we don't see our DPS get immediately deleted in those instances, and the battle cattle actually is able to survive with the extra pressure provided by the DPS, in which case you're going to start struggling a bit. And also, as I mentioned earlier, really need to fight outside the point. That does tend to favor a little bit more the dive comp. But if the dive comp doesn't have control of point and is forced to take these fights outside of point, they might start to struggle because of how much time is going to elapse fighting outside the point.
I do have a bit of a personal preference question then. Did you like it when dive was a bit stronger in the meta, or do you like currently how it's a bit more anti-dive? It's very easy to swap 2 to 3 characters and start hard diffing them if you know how to play it.
Okay, so if I'm playing flex support, Diana, I love dive because I'm getting my nano boost off cooldown. However, I am also praying that my Brigitte keeps me alive. So yes, I like dive. However, I enjoy spam compositions. I enjoy playing Lucio. I like rush comp. I miss ram composition days.
That is true. That is true. It is something that I think personally I haven't played the game, I think, long enough to really have perspective.
Would you say you're about sub 1,000 hours?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I did play back in Overwatch 1 days, but that was extremely casual gaming. That was like the most casual of games for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Overwatch 2 is really the only where it's got a little bit more serious for me, but even then,
there is no deviation. So like on my career profile, there is no way to know how many hours you dumped into Overwatch 1 versus Overwatch 2, but if your career profile that you've carried over from Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2 says you have sub 1,000 hours in the game,
I think I 100% do. But I have friends that have like, it's funny because like I have friends that have like eight alts, and their alts will have, just on like Overwatch 2, it's like 200-300 hours, and those are the ones they play kind of regularly. So I can't imagine their ults. So I don't think I have a game that I've poured 1,000 hours to. Honestly, no, that's a lie. That's a lie.
1.
yeah.
There's definitely been Rocket League. I think I have maybe 2.
Mark.
Now going into Cervase here, we are seeing the Doomfist on the side of British Columbia, a pretty much repeat of what we saw them hold out for plus 2 minutes 45 seconds on King's Road. Well, we are seeing Elvin switch it up a bit. See the JQ, I do like to see that, especially on Cervase. I think they are extremely viable.
I love Jotes. Give me more Doomfist. It's just you standing in Kiriko. Don't stagger it out too long. I hate to break it to you, but this is, yeah. Oh my gosh. Reaper, chill. Junie, you need a chill pill.
Oh, and there's Diana. Oh no. Oh no, with the ping too. Actually gets an elimination though.
Yeah, Ninjak just got 2 eliminations back to back, but finally Junie says no. You are not allowed to live any longer, and Ana got deleted. And you can't go in down support. You really can't, unless you get some crazy pick here out the gate. So that's more time British Columbia has to burn off.
You see a bit of damage going in. Goes to the soft dive, doesn't hard commit though.
You can't! You're gonna just get pulled by JQ!
Yeah, and then you get the bleed effect, and it's not gonna look pretty, and now everyone in your backline is being absolutely dove, and Junie is just having a very fun time with absolutely no opposition to them. A bit more damage, not enough support. There goes another elimination here. Now King is very low. The bleed effect does get charged up a bit. So maybe we could see elimination here, but now they've got to get a touch. It's 3 seconds. The cleanse goes out. They've got to get back up to this point. They could find there's the knife, pulls them off. The nano boost is committed, but then there's the counter beat and the Kitsune Rush. I really don't see British Columbia winning this fight.
Blade is committed. Kitsune Rush is finally depleted. Junie almost close to Death Blossom. Doesn't need it. One thing I want to point out is Sojourn, Jackaroo from British Columbia, is respecting Junie. and paying a lot of attention to Junie now.
Yeah, which is what they learned from Kings Row, because the moment they started peeling for their team to focus Junie a little bit, they started stalling a lot longer. They started winning a lot more fights. But I think right now we have seen Junie go back to that very uncontested mentality of there's a Doomfist that's in my back line. You dive, I'm gonna die, and it's not working out for the side of British Columbia.
Rampage used. Elvin gets deleted. Kitsune Rush also used by Nyx. But Junie alone on the point, capping.
Get a 5K.
No, Junie's too hard spotted. Is getting hard marked, yeah.
It was the last one on point there. If Junie would have gotten a 5K, I would have thrown the whole career away.
I would have been done. Junie would have just gotten away with way too much. So King on the Battle Cattle with Terror Surge. I was trying to make this like a clue, but I can't because it involves two people now. But Dark Star with Molten Core.
Oh, okay. I could see that as a combo.
Molten Core,
Do you think that'd work fast enough though?
Yes.
San Jose does have
It makes
cleanse.
it so they can't like run out of it.
True.
Now we have Junie dropping in, uses Death Blossom, but a Pineapple picks a Jackaroo. So silly every time I say it. Junie also finds Ninjak. Nyx goes down to Seadra. Ghost dashes through, helps pick up the Orisa. Dark Star goes down. I'm telling you, Terror Surge, Molten Core. Molten Core around the Terror Surge so that even if they Suzu, they burn and they're just, do it, please. Give me the combo. Force the Suzu first anyway.
Yeah, if you force the Suzu first anyway, which was not that difficult to do because if you're not really looking out for that combo, which I mean, maybe they could be holding on to Suzu. The smart thing would be holding on to Suzu for that old tracking purpose of I know something is available here and my cleanse can help. There's Suzu forced. Playing those side for Columbia though. Kitsune Rush gets used. There's Terror Surge.
And
there
it's
was
inside the Molten Core, but the Molten Core was so spread out. Also, poor King was delayed in using it, and unfortunately, the dive, San Jose just blew them up from the inside.
I mean, I know Torb is what they're going with, but I almost like Terror Surge, Blizzard more, Terror Surge, Artillery Strike more. Terror Surge, you can use Pulse Bomb with that as well if you've managed to find a clustered up group enough.
Ooh, Jeffrey was actually going to pick up the Mantle of Reaper as well.
I do like that swap. Get up in the face with the Orisa. It could be the right thing you're looking for, especially to punch the JQ. Wraith does get used though. Good cooldown here. Point is about to unlock. This isn't major high ground here that they have access to. Kitsune Rush gets used. There's Blade as for the side as San Jose used. And finds a out of position carry. He's gonna get it. June gets one as well. A very low Seadra though does go down, but I don't think that's enough to get you any entry. Yep, and Alvin and Junie clean up the rest. And that's gonna be the side of San Jose. Now getting over 20% on what could be the final point in the final match.
A Pineapple also committed beat. Oh my gosh. A Pineapple committed beat. I'm tired. I'm sorry. But we still have Death Blossom. We have Rampage. Ninjak, it has Amplification Matrix. King is probably just gonna have to push past it anyway to make space for their team. So it won't let King charge Terror Surge off of it. However, I think by the time this full engage occurs, we should have it. Maybe Terror Surge Death Blossom. Let's see what British Columbia has cooking.
There's Amp as well. That's just going to move Junie in there. And that's another reason why you pick Lucio right there. And that was the combo I was just about to talk about. Because you said Terror Surge Death Blossom. I was about to say Rampage Death Blossom. They're all purple essentially. They're all bleeding. And that's just another reason why you end up picking Lucio. Which I don't think we saw on the side. Did British Columbia have Lucio this time around? I guess we'll get to see it in replay here, hopefully.
Play of the game.
Junie! I'm not surprised.
I
You
think
got
it's
away
his
with
last play.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the last one.
No, I don't think I don't think San Jose did not have. They had a brig and a map.
All right, with that being said, congratulations, San Jose. You are victors in this best of 5, walking away with 3-0 sweep. Almost lost it on Kings Row, but still managed to win at the end of the day. With that being said, that is the end of our NACE broadcast. And before we say goodbye for the evening, we want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors that include Truth, Extra Life, Duncan, Monster, Odyssey, Mushroom, Elixir, as well as Mavix Gaming Chairs. Our top 5 plays of the games are brought to us by Mavix Gaming Chairs. And of course, you can definitely feel the difference with the gamer chairs. With that being said, do you have any final words, Colin?
Pick a Lucio next time. And also, San Jose finishes off 4-3. They finish off 4-3 to the end of the season. So I'm going to say big dubs to you. You finish out positive. Hopefully that helps you all in the playoff series. Maybe we'll see you guys in LCQ if that ends up making it, or anything plus that. But
Okay,
good end to the night.
hold up. Colin, I understand that I'm a Lucio main and I play a lot of Lucio, so I will throw shade when I see people on Flashpoint without a Lucio. But
It's not often.
you
It's not
straight
often.
up just
it's
being like,
not often that I do it. It's not often, but there was just an apparent difference in the way those teams were able to play, especially the last play. I mean, when you just have the ability to shut down a team like that towards the very end, it's a very definitive difference between it. And I got to call it out. So call it what I see.
okay, Colin. Well, with that being said, and a copious amount of shade thrown out by Colin, we hope you guys all have a wonderful evening. Be sure to join us tomorrow for actually some Rocket League action. So that'll be very exciting. And next week, we, of course, will be announcing the official brackets for the playoffs, so you'll definitely not want to miss that. But for today, that is all we have. Have a wonderful evening. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Their map pick, and they tried some new things. They tried the Winston with the Brig, with the Ana, which it was clear that the Brig was supporting the Ana, but there wasn't a whole lot of situation.
Baptiste lost to an Ana. Wheels is a sponge. Reaper uses Death Blossom, returns the favor in kind. That is both Sojourn and Ana eliminated, as is King to a Pineapple. Some attention to the opposite side. Dark Star is going to go down to Bastion. Pylon finally gets deleted. You did mention how important it is. It's exciting to see people starting to pay attention to it just a little bit more. Nyx gets eliminated. Gravitic Flux is used in the back line. Junie teleports to the high ground.
Especially on Savasa, I think they are extremely viable.
I love Jotes. Give me more Doomfist you standing in Kiriko. Don't stagger it out too long. I hate to break it to you, but this is, yeah. Oh my gosh. Reaper, chill. Junie, you need a chill pill. 2 minutes remaining and give us roughly 2 fights. Oh! Junie is back in spawn. A Pineapple has lost a pylon. And now King comes in with the Gravitic Flux, has shield for, oh my goodness, great. Casted anyway to make space for their team. So it won't let King charge Terra Surge off of it. However, I think by the time this full engage occurs, we should have it. Maybe Terra Surge Death Blossom. Let's see what British Columbia has cooking.
There's Amp as well. That's just going to move Junie